patience. We were having some technical difficulties. Our streaming was streaming off the wrong channel, so now our community can now follow along with us on the right channel that's posted on our Fort Bend ISD website. Okay. All right, so we're going to proceed on in our agenda tonight and go to our next item, which is item 4A1, which is hear presentations from the superintendent search firm. Tonight, we will now hear presentations from 3 executive search firms that administrative staff scored and ranked. No. We will now hear presentations from the 3 executive search firms that we, as the board members, have ranked and scored prior to today's interview. The first firm to present will be the Hazard Young Attea and Associates, whose team will present virtually. We welcome you, and can you please introduce the members of your team? Your team will have 20 minutes to make its presentation, after which the trustees will ask questions. I will ask that that Trustee James, that you will keep track of time. Are you willing and able? Yes, thank you, Ms. James. She will let you know when you have 5 minutes left, and you may begin your presentation. So at this time, I will turn it over to Hazard Young Attea and Associates.
Thank you. Our videos have not been turned on yet. It says that the host has stopped our videos.
Okay, I do see a KCCAS on the screen.
He's not on our firm.
Okay,
He's with a different firm.
All right, Mr. Gary, could you please remove him from the screen?
And then there's Rick Berry and Nola Wellman.
Mr. Flynn, who else should we see on the screen at this time?
Rick Berry and Nola Wellman.
Rick Perry and Nolan.
No, Rick Berry.
Rick Berry. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was wondering. I said, wait a minute, Rick Perry.
Yeah, right. That happens occasionally.
He's changed his career. and Nolan, what's Nolan's last name?
Wellman.
Wellman. Okay.
And
then, Ms. Helliger, do you want me to stop my video so it's just the presenters are on the screen? Is that the best way to do it?
Probably so. Let me get the third person on the screen. I don't see the third person. Is Rick Berry, has he logged into the, there he goes. Okay.
Yeah, here he is. Yep.
There he is.
All 3 of us are here.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you all for your patience while we work through our technology.
No problem.
All right, okay. At this time, if you all will introduce yourselves, and Ms. James will provide you with a 5-minute warning.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll start out, and I want to thank Peter Flynn for correcting my name. It has happened before, but I really don't like that comparison. Well, we know you've had a chance to read our proposal, so in the next few minutes, we're going to highlight our approach and what you can expect from us. But as you've requested, first we're going to introduce ourselves. I think in the proposal you should have seen our resumes, so we'll quickly go through an introduction. My background is I was a teacher, coach, and a high school counselor, assistant principal at 2 levels, and a principal at 2 levels, including opening a new high school in Arlington ISD. later a CFO in Arlington and deputy superintendent, and then ultimately superintendent of schools there from 1988 to 1992. In 1992, I was recruited to go to Cypress Fairbanks through a search process. I felt honored to be selected and served for 12 years as the longest serving superintendent in the history of the school district. I retired in 2004, and amazingly, even to me, I have been consulting with some companies that you all would be familiar with in Texas, with companies that work with school districts for 17 years now. And about 7 years ago, Bill Attea and Peter Flynn approached me about working with Hazard Young and Attea. The first search that I was involved with was with Bill Attea and Peter Flynn when we did your last search in Fort Bend.
Good evening. I'm Nola Wellman, and I was born and raised in Texas, but shortly after going to Texas Tech University, I migrated to the state of Colorado. Spent 31 years there as a teacher, an assistant principal, a principal, and at the last 16 years in the Cherry Creek School District, where I was there as deputy superintendent at the end of my time in Colorado. And like Rick, Hazard Young and Attea came into my life in 2004, recruiting me to come back to Texas to be a superintendent in the Eanes School District outside of Austin. I was fortunate to be selected and stayed there almost 11 years before retiring in 2014. In that process, the board again chose Hazard Young and Attea and selected my successor, and I became reacquainted with Rick Berry and Peter Flynn, and have had the opportunity for the three of us to do almost I think it's about a dozen searches in the state of Texas, and we have been together as a team and work very well together, and enjoy our work together, helping boards select the best leaders that they can. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, President Helliger and members of the board. We're grateful to be here this evening. I'm Peter Flynn, and I started out as a classroom teacher and eventually became a college teacher, and also moved into school administration as a director of curriculum, a deputy superintendent, and finally superintendent for a total of 34 years. 8 years as superintendent in Scranton, Pennsylvania, 8 years in Davenport, Iowa, 5 years in Fayette County, Lexington, Kentucky, and 13 years in Freeport, Illinois. And as Rick mentioned, in 2012, I began working with Hazard Young Attea and with Bill Attea, and we did our first search in Fort Bend. I should also mention that I'm a husband. My wife and I have been married for 55 years. We have 2 children and 3 grandchildren. Rick?
Okay, thanks, Peter. We want to commit to you that if you select us, that we are the team for Hazard Young and Attea in Texas. As Nola said, we work together, and in every possible interaction that we would have with the board and anyone else that we would be interacting with, at least 2 of us will be engaged, and 90% or more of the time it'll be all 3 of us, but we'll all 3 be working as a team in every aspect of the search throughout that. I'll do a little math here. We represent over 60 years of superintendent experience among the 3 of us, and 7 years of experience as search consultants. All 3 of us have been on both sides of this equation. We've been candidates, successful candidates, I might add, and we have been search consultants, successful search consultants, and that can be confirmed by the board members that we've worked for over the past 7 years. Having worked, Peter and I, anyway, for having worked with the board for your last search process, we became very familiar with Fort Bend ISD, and some of you who are still on the board that we got to know in that process. And we're continual learners, and so we've been working recently to learn even more up to date about the district. We've done that through your website and other publicly available information. And we've looked through many of your documents, watched some of your streaming of board meetings, and we're impressed with your mission statement for the future of students that is beyond what they can imagine. Okay, so the next slide, we are I think that's the wrong slide. It's up there. It should be slide 4, the continuous learners.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. We're learning also about your portrait of a graduate and realize that we will continue to be learning about Fort Bend ISD throughout the search process if we're lucky enough for you to select us as your search consultants. One of the things that we'd be working closely with the board about is helping us identify areas of strength and of critical challenges that you face now and in the next 5 years and beyond. So I'll turn it over to Peter.
Thank you. And on the next slide, just a tiny bit about Hazard Young Attea. We've done about 1,400 searches as an organization. Each one is unique. We have more than 100 associates throughout the country, and they're active people like the three of us. Behind us, we have a full-time professional staff at the office that assists and supports us. We like to say we have a national reach and a local focus. We'll spell out some specifics about how we use research to inform our process, specifically with the survey. On the next slide, just an overview of the process. 4 stages: engage, recruit, select, and transition. And we'll tell you a little bit about each one of those, beginning with the next slide. So in the engage section, we start out with a planning meeting with the board, plan every aspect of the search, the calendar for the search, and we're real careful about that and work carefully with the board so that it's customized for the board, so it fits Fort Bend ISD. We do a survey about the district. It's a 2-stage survey. One has to do with some information that would be very helpful for your strategic planning process, but the other part of it has to do with the competencies of the next superintendent, and that's based on 25 years of research on effective superintendents. And those competencies are chosen by people in your community and your staff. And we use that combined with interviews and focus groups. Usually in a district your size, 25 to 30 or maybe even more meetings that we would hold, beginning with one-on-one meetings with the members of the board. We take that information, combine it with the survey, and distill it down into a recommended profile of desired characteristics for Fort Bend ISD. We present that profile and the selection criteria to the board, and the board, of course, prioritizes it, amends it, edits it, and finally approves it. And that becomes a very critical document in the next stages as we look for people to match that profile. And then on the next slide, Nola's going to talk about how we use that profile in the recruitment phase.
For the recruitment, of course, we'll work with the board on advertising.
I'm sorry, I'm unable to hear you.
Unmuted on my part. So my side is unmuted.
Yeah, it just wasn't clear.
I'm so sorry. I thought maybe I was accidentally muted. In the recruitment phase, can you hear me now? In the recruitment phase, we advertise, work with the board on specifically where you would like to have some choices of different plans of advertising. And we spend a lot of time proactively recruiting. We look for people who are happy in the jobs that they're in and frankly aren't looking for a new job. We find that they're happy, we find that they're successful, and their communities really want them to stay there. And we know they're successful, therefore, we're seeking them, those leaders who match your profile, who may not have thought about Fort Bend ISD. And so we seek out the network that we have across the nation, as well as very hard in the state of Texas. Then we screen those candidates with an interview. We do that through Zoom, and we found that to be very effective. We interview them, and then we do a reference check, a Google search and other kinds of references, asking people who they did not give us as their references, but asking those we may know who know them and their work. And then we began preparing application materials in a format and a summary report for each candidate to present to the board in a board slate. We'll be looking at 5 or 6 strong applicants, all of whom match the profile that we worked on during the input process. During the next slide is the selection phase. This is where we'll present the 5 or 6 candidates to the board. We will do a workshop on board interviewing and discussion about the best interviewing process for the board and draft an interview script. When we look at the slate, we will have matched that with the leadership profile, and we will again be looking at making sure when we bring them to you, these names to the board, that they're high quality and that we've checked their references. Just noteworthy from the last search, we pride ourselves in bringing a very diverse slate to the board, feeling like it's important that you have a wide range of opportunity with each candidate. First, based on your personalizing the search, we'll look in Texas and we'll also look across the nation. The last search was geographically diverse, but it also had 2 females and 3 persons of color. And that's very important to us that we bring you that diversity that matches the community they're going to serve. We will then do a background check and arrange the site visit once you have moved through round 1 and round 2. During the next transition phase of the next slide, the board will appoint there's lone finalists, and we will help in whatever way the board wishes us to, with contract or in a success plan, 90 days, and communicate with the unsuccessful candidate. We also optionally will provide support services 1 year of support with the new superintendent and the board with goal setting. The next phase is the board portal. This is where you would access applications. You would have access to all the materials that we provide you throughout the whole search process and access to all of the applications, and you can see each phase is there. I would also, on the next slide, talk about what's important to us is that we stay in constant communication with you, that we email, we give you updates, that calendar, that we're sticking to that calendar.
We have about 5 minutes left. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just want to let you know about 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much. That the workshops that we provide you are really critical to help you in the work that you do. We will provide all your needed materials and support. We will facilitate those interviews, providing scripts, and help you with the debrief after each round of interviews. Again, supporting with negotiating the contract. So I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Nola. That's our process that you've heard now, and we just want to tell you that we always, in conjunction with and working with the board, we always customize the search to the unique needs and the beliefs and requests of the school board that we're working with. So you could expect a customized search based on our past commitments. Peter?
Thank you. And on the next slide is a sample calendar. And this calendar is a sample to illustrate the amount of time it usually takes to do each phase of the search. We're assuming on this calendar it would start somewhere a week from now or so, and that we would finish up by the 1st of August. Now, this can be adjusted according to the board's needs, but it allows a couple of days to get the survey up, a couple of days after the board approves things at the planning meeting to start the application process, and then to about 2 weeks later to engage the staff and the board and the community in interviews, focus groups, one-on-one interviews, and so on. Based upon that, we would bring the profile to the board about a week after we or two after we complete the engagement phase, and then we would begin using the profile in a very focused way to recruit people. And you can see that we would spend about 5 weeks or so, maybe 4 weeks, doing that focused recruitment. We'd really start looking for folks and as soon as the board approves us as the search consultants. We recommend that the board give us direction in terms of the size of the slate, and we bring that slate to the board and do that within a couple of weeks after the recruitment process is finished. Then a second round of interview. We always recommend that at least in the second round of interview that we have 3 people come back, and we'll explain why that when we have a little more time in the question and answer. Then as we conclude that, one other thing that we strongly recommend is a site visit and due diligence in terms of a deep background check. We can give some more details on that, but that was also explained in our proposal. And thank you. That's the end of that slide. Next slide. You're muted, Nola.
Next slide is about the recent Texas search. We have had 11 districts that this team has worked on since 2012, and prior to that, there were 12 additional searches that were listed in our original proposal. These are the searches, most of whom are districts of a larger size, and wanted to share that with you. Mr. Flynn, Dr. Flynn?
Thank you. And this is our guarantee on the next slide. And, you know, that we will work with you, the people that you've interviewed, selected, and employed. We'll also, during the first year, under any circumstances, if something happens and the superintendent leaves, we'll complete the search actually within the first 2 years if a majority of the board is still in place without any fees, just expenses involved there. And then finally, within 3 years of employment, we will not try to entice any person that is hired by HYA to another position. And then we do have a price match for any other competitive bid as long as it's a comparable level of services. And Rick?
Okay, we're ready for questions at this point. I would ask that after the question and answer session that we have an opportunity to make one last statement and possibly ask a question depending on whether or not it comes up during our question and answer session.
Thank you, Gary, for sharing the screen.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. At this time, I'm going to open up the floor to our trustees to ask questions. I'm going to ask that that each trustee limits their question to only one question per round to allow for full participation of the board members for those who have questions, okay? All right, so at this time, I see Mr. Rosenthal. Would you like to go first?
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. I have several questions, but I'll just ask one first. Do you prefer to meet with board members individually or board members in small groups?
We typically, if it's the pleasure of the board, we recommend that in the process of gathering information through focus groups and others that you would select for us, that we have individual interviews with each board member separately.
Okay, I believe that's what we did last time, so thank you.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Any other trustees have any questions? Okay, I'll ask my question. Okay, all right. Ms. Hannah?
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it. And I just want to follow up on Ms. Wellman's comment. I was glad to hear. She mentioned that you really, your firm prides itself in presenting a diverse slate to the school district. Can you just talk to me a little bit? I'm new on a board. I haven't gone through this process before, but what separates you? How do you get the best of the best in terms of diversity that you bring to us? Is there anything that you do a little bit differently, or you seek out some specific organization to help you? Can you address that a little bit?
We encourage the board to advertise with ALICE and also with the African American Association of Administrators. And we also know quite a few ourselves, and we have connections to be able to recruit in all across the nation. And so that's how we go about it. Maybe Dr. Flynn.
Well, thank you. I will add also that we have presented at NABC. We've also presented at ALICE and for their aspiring administrators. We stay active in the American Association of School Administrators, but also the Urban Superintendents Association of America. We're all past members of that organization, and Rick and I we're also presidents of that organization. So we stay active and stay in touch with also the people in our network are people who work with us for Hazard Young Attea. Even outside of our Hazard Young Attea network, as I think Nola referred to, we have lots of contacts in Texas as well as the rest of the country of people that have made very good recommendations to us when we've talked with them about that in the past. And so we don't hesitate to reach out, and we do our best. And our slates, you could talk to the board members that we've worked with in all of them have been diverse. All of our slates have been diverse, including yours the last time.
All right, thank you. So I'll ask, Ms. James, do you have a question?
I do, but you can go next if you want.
Okay. Well, I was going to, Ms. Hannah asked one of my top questions. So my second top question is really around community engagement. If you could elaborate a little bit more on how we recommend that the community stays engaged through this process.
Well, I think the meetings that we alluded to, we really, in the planning meeting, look for your guidance on that, for you to tell us where the groups are and how to recruit them to come to participate in the community engagement. So we rely on board members in that planning meeting to give us guidance in terms of specific groups that should be solicited and should be asked to participate in those meetings. And sometimes it's a matter of focus group, but it's also just a matter of inviting people when there are open meetings that they could attend. So it's an extensive process, and we think that that's one of the things that differentiates us a little bit is that we spend so much time doing that. We provided in the proposal for 4 days of consultant time to do community engagement.
Thank you. Ms. James?
Okay, so my follow-up to that is, and I'll say thank you again for excellent presentation. My follow-up to Ms. Helliger's question would be, you do all that community engagement, you're interviewing each of the trustees, and then I think you talked about developing a leadership profile. So tell us a little bit more what that is and what we do with it and how we use it and what's the point?
There are two basic elements that go into the leadership profile. One is the survey, and the second is the listening sessions, as we call them, or the community engagement times. And in terms of the survey, there are 12 research-proven competencies on that survey. And the information that comes back is disaggregated by 6 groups. And those groups are to your choosing, but usually they are the board, the administration, teachers, and other certified people, support staff. Sometimes students are also included, parents and community members. So I think I just mentioned 7 groups. And what we do is, to get to the 7 groups, is we do the board on hard copy instead of doing it online, and we hand tally that, but combine all of that information. And then we take those competencies and build those into the profile, the ones that showed up more often across groups. The same thing happens when we combine all the information from the listening sessions. What did we hear most often in groups? And we'll actually demonstrate that in the profile and show you how we compile that information. When we conduct these groups, we ask people before they leave the group, tell us which ones of these competencies for your next superintendent are most critical for the district in implementing its mission at this point in its history. And the ones that are most critical and mentioned most frequently also go into the profile. And so we present that, and we can usually get that down to a manageable document that the board can consider and then edit.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to take it back to Mr. Rosenthal. Oh, yeah, I didn't see the signs. That's what I was looking for. I didn't see the flags.
Again, thank you for the presentation. It was very well received. But I'm going to go back on, there was one thing that I wrote down. Those who are happy where they are, we go after them. And that kind of hit me a little bit different, because if we're going after the happy folks, then if they're happy with us, you know, they've moved one time, will they move again? And I always kind of go for the underdog. How do you go out, what exactly do you all do for those that you don't know, that they're not in any of these particular organizations, which probably would signify to anyone that, well, then they probably are not qualified to do this. But there are those people that are out there that are dedicated to task and may not be as popular as others. So when we're talking about diversity, and how we're going about attracting diverse candidates. It's a matter of the colleagues that we have. So I'm thinking that the colleagues that you all have, and then how diverse are they in going out? And not necessarily that someone's African American or Hispanic, so therefore we're diverse. So I kind of put it all together, and then, how familiar are we with everyone? The other that I had was the individual, I understand individual conversations. And I'm a new board member, so I don't know if being new and you all having done a search before and you know some board members now, how can I trust to make sure that my word or my questions or how I feel in that interview will be taken in the same way as possibly the experience that I have compared to the experience I don't?
1 second, Dr. Gilliam, which was your initial question that you wanted to answer?
My initial question are those who are happy, they're all kind of there. Those who are happy, and we go after those who, and I understand that, because it's a matter if you're happy, you're probably doing a super fantastic job. And we go and we tap on the door. That's what I heard, that, we just might go over there and say, hey, have you ever thought about going to Fort Bend ISD? Which, of course, that happens everywhere, even with principals or what have you. So if you can share a little bit about that.
Well, we do a number of things, and that the idea that someone who's happy, they're not looking for a job. And one of the things that we found is the people that, many times, the people that aren't looking for a job, and if we determine in what we know about them or can learn about them that they match your profile, then obviously we want to talk to them and we want to see if we can interest them in the job. But anyone who applies, and we do, as has been said, we advertise, or we ask you to advertise through various means, and we reach out to all kinds of contacts that we have. And if we're looking for someone who matches your profile and who is able to tell us what they've done, how they've done it, and what kind of success they've had. So we're trying our best to find the best superintendent candidates for you, regardless of their background. And we have considered some candidates who are non-traditional in that process. So that's not, it's not unusual that we would consider those. But we're still, when it all boils down to, we're going to look for the very best candidates that meet your profile and the needs of your district and the desires that your board is looking for. We get lots of applications. We're very thorough in vetting those applications and checking people out that we don't know. When we get a lot of calls about the position from people we don't know, we encourage them to apply, let us evaluate their experience. And if it looks promising related to your profile, then we will engage with them and check them out as we do even those that we become aware of and go and recruit.
Our website is a busy place. We get 18,000 hits a month on our website because our website lists all superintendent vacancies in the country, whether we're doing the search or not. So people are like that one-stop shopping kind of thing and come to our website. So that's a source too for the underdog, as you mentioned it. In terms of having a person who moves from one place to your place, one of the things that's built into a profile frequently by the board is that they want somebody who's going to come and stay a while, because they realize to be an effective leader in a school district takes a while, and it isn't something that can be managed well by somebody who isn't going to stay for a significant tenure. So we encourage board members, if that's something that's important to them, that they put that in the profile and that we look at that and not bring candidates in that have a pattern that's different from that. Regarding the second part, how do you know that your comments are going to be listened to and considered, you'll see the long version of the leadership profile report that we do is 35 to 40 pages long. And why? Because it has every comment that we've heard in every meeting that we've held. And so you'll see your comments in there with the other board members. And yes, we do look to see which kinds of comments are repeated and consistently show up. But we give due respect to everything that we hear.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask that the board members, if you all have questions, because I'm trying to make sure I call on everyone, if you can use your flag to let me know if you have questions or not, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, all right. Mr. Rice?
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Here's my question. Do you utilize a leadership/skills competency evaluation with the shortlist finalists to try and match the right person for the job skills-wise? So I'm not talking about a personality evaluation. I'm talking about a skills or a competency evaluation to match that person with the profile that we might have.
Yes, we use particularly the competencies that are in the survey are the competencies that we use. And we ask people, as Rick said, we ask people to tell us, can they do this work? And we listen to how they describe how they did the work. But then we also ask them, can you show us a track record of success in the demonstration of those competencies? And we like to look at least 3 data points over a period of time, preferably 3 years. And if they can show us where they've done it in more than one place, that's even better. So we look for that kind of thing. The third thing that we do is we ask people for not only their references, but we ask people that should know about this individual's work. Did this person really lead this work demonstrating this competency? And if so, tell us about that. So we verify, we look at their track record, and we ask for demonstrated specific competencies that are of successful superintendents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice.
Ms. Williams, do you have a question?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll go to round 2. I'll start back with Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you. I think I saw on your presentation that you have recently done a search in Clear Creek. Was that 2020? Do you have any other active searches in the area going on?
No. One of the things that we also pride ourselves in that I think you'll find different than other search firms is we don't like to do more than one search at a time. In fact, we're not doing another search in Texas. And if you select us, we would have no intention of accepting another search or even making a proposal for one. So that's unique to us. And we think it's important to put all of our focus on the searches that we're doing.
In the interest of full disclosure, Nola and I are finishing up searches in different places. She's working on one in Colorado. I'm working on one in Iowa. And depending upon the time when you start the process, we'll be wrapping up those searches so that they'll be substantially done by the time your search is beginning.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Hannah?
I just wanted to ask, as a new board member, and I have 2 other new board members that sit with me, and I think that it's been quite some time since the other board members have been through this process, but how can you describe the way that you're going to support us through the interview process? What kind of support do you give us?
Well, we'll help you write the script for the first interview, and we'll base it upon your questions. We'll ask you to consider questions based upon the profile that you adopt. And so we'll help you put together the script. We'll also do a workshop for you on what questions you can't ask in interviews. And some of you may already know that information, but it's not a bad idea to review it. We'll guide you through the process. We'll give you all the information you need about the candidates. You'll have a script that we think that will be viable and useful to you. Then we'll sit with you at the end of the process and debrief the interviews that you went through. Rick, you want to talk about how we do that?
Yes. Well, we will be with you after you finish. We recommend generally it's a slate of 6 candidates for you to interview. And you go through those individually, obviously, and then we will be available and work with you as you debrief. We have a kind of a process that we use to help you narrow down then the search from 6, and we recommend you have 3 for the second round. And there's a reason for that, which I'll be happy to explain why we say 3. But then after you have the second round of interviews, we will again be with you and debrief and help you through that process again to get down to a lone finalist. That's the part where we like to say it's our goal is to make this process easy for you because we do the work, you make the decisions. But at the end, we want to make it hard. We want to have such quality candidates for you to consider that we make your decision-making hard. But we'll assist you in working through that process as you narrow down to the lone finalists.
And then on the second round, we'll help you with the scheduling, make sure we notify the unsuccessful candidates for you. Again, we'll provide a script based on your questions, perhaps questions that go deeper or take a different view from the round 1 questions. And again, we debrief with you at the end, help you with the next phase, which is, of course, the transition phase.
All right, thank you. Ms. James, do you have additional questions?
No, ma'am, I don't have any more questions at the moment.
I think I went to Shirley. Do you have additional questions? I do. Okay. Mr. Vice, do you have additional questions?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Can you explain a little bit about the board portal and how we can access that during this search process to learn more about the various stages that we're in?
During the board portal will be available to you with a unique password. And then each of the phases, when we do the planning meeting, that agenda, those notes will be under the planning session. When we move into the, then you'll have access to the survey there as a document or as a internet, digital form. And then you move into when we start recruiting, and the applications will be available for you there. All of the supporting information for each candidate under your Fort Bend ISD section of it. You won't have access to other parts of the other searches, just the information for you. Each time we have the workshop, that workshop slide deck will be available for you. Anything that we hand out to you will be uploaded to the website. This presentation will be there as soon if we're selected, as well as any other documents and slides and presentations, the applications, and all will be available to you to sign in from any device that you can that you access the internet.
And there are also resources on there. We talked about putting a script together, and the resources, there are sample questions, and it's accessible to you with just about any device. It's pretty accessible by just whether it's a cell phone, all those, a little bigger instrument is usually better in giving you access, but so we haven't had any problem with people getting full access depending upon their individual instrument.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, any additional questions?
No, I do not.
All right. And so my question would be, just on the background, could you talk to us a little bit more about the background of a potential candidate, how you do that background search?
So we do an initial search with the candidate ourselves on generally available information. But we strongly recommend that a deep background check be conducted by a professional firm that does nothing else but that. You don't have to use the firm that we recommend, but a firm like that ought to be used. In some cases, board members also want their attorney to do a background check as well. And that is always helpful to the board in assuring them that they've looked everywhere for everything about that candidate. And so the deep background check that's done by Baker Eubanks, the firm that we work with, it includes not only a credit check, but it also looks at any place where the individual has lived and what kind of records might be there in terms of police records or any kinds of legal issues. And then we look at, in addition to that, they check on the certification of the colleges from which they graduated and verify all that kind of information. So we think that that's an important step. There are different ways to do it, and it's all up to the board as to how they want to go about it. But those are the recommendations we make. We also strongly recommend a site visit, and that can be done virtually or in person. And we've done it both ways, and both ways have been successful.
There's also an option for a social media check if you wish to add that to your background check, just to see what's out there on the internet about that individual and their work.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I'm going to ask if there's any last or additional questions from any of the board members. All right, Ms.
I have a
Williams.
question.
Ms. Williams?
Yes, I heard something about a credit check, and
Yes.
I'm curious, is there a cutoff score? Does that automatically disqualify a candidate if they have bad credit?
The Baker Eubanks does not cut anybody out of the process as a result of what they do. They present the information to the board, and what they do look at is they look at credit payments and whether or not people have been unable to make their payments, and they look at whether they make late payments or what kind of pattern is there. But they do not use a credit score to eliminate anybody. There is not a cutoff score. If that information that they gather regarding person's credit involvement is presented to the board as part of the packet of information for the board to decide on what to do with that information.
Okay, is there any way that if the board decides to opt out of that particular credit check process, because I myself feel like that is so intrusive, and I don't believe that is a true, we can weigh it enough whether or not the particular person will be successful at doing the job.
Yes.
Superintendents are human, just
Yeah.
like everyone else.
The answer to your question is yes. The board can design the background check the way the board wants to have the background check done. And if they don't want the credit check as part of it, then the credit check, that can be eliminated.
Got it. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
welcome.
thank you. Board members? All right, think that concludes the questions from the board members. We thank you all again for your interest in providing executive search services to our district. We thank you for your time. Thank you for being willing to also move the date due to our winter event and your flexibility in doing that. So thank you all for your time this evening.
Could we give you a closing 60-second or 30-second closing
60
statement?
seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. Rick?
Okay. Well, this didn't come up in the session. Now, obviously, we feel like that we're well informed and we're continual quick learners. We're excellent listeners, and that we have delivered what we said we would to the boards that we've worked with and even beyond based on their evaluations. But I have one question for you that might bear discussion, and that is because of COVID, and it appears that you all are very sensitive to the issues related to that, related to social distancing and masks and using the virtual means to conduct meetings. We, in most recent searches during this time, have worked a combination of virtual meetings as well as ultimately near the end of the search, when we get to the interview part and the debriefing part, in person. Obviously, we think those interviews need to be conducted, the interviews with the 6 and the 3 need to be conducted by the board in person. And that has worked well. What we have done with the board members and with the focus groups is do those virtually. And we have the planning meeting and those preliminary meetings where we have meetings with you and that are public or in executive session. We have done virtually until we get near the end to the presenting the candidates. We will have 1 or 2 of us there, and the third one would be virtual. We'll rotate that. Same thing as we meet with you to debrief after the 2 interview sessions. So anyway, that has worked very well. And in fact, the most recent one that would be similar to your district is Clear Creek. And the board liked that process, and they were very pleased with the process and how it worked. So we just wanted to pose that. Don't know if you've had discussions about it. That's our recommendation, is something very similar to what we did in Clear Creek.
Yeah. So our board has not discussed that. Thank you for bringing that up. Our board has not discussed that as of yet. And I think as we move through this process and determine the search firm, that is one of the criteria and discussion points that we can have with the selected search firm.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Good night.
At this time, while we transition to the next firm, I would like to know if the board members would like a little break. Do they need a quick break? Okay. All right. A 5-minute break, please. Thank you. we're coming back from our break. Mr. Roller, I still see Mr. Berry on our screen. All right, I see Mrs. James. And do we have Ms. Williams?
Can you close it? I'm not supposed to be on it.
Mr. Berry, I think you need to mute your device or exit.
All right, I see Ms. Williams and I see Mrs. James. All right, we will proceed. The second firm to present tonight will be JG Consulting. Is that the correct one? No. Okay, JG Consulting. Welcome. Can you please introduce the members of your team? Your team will have 20 minutes to make its presentations, after which trustees will then ask questions. Ms. James will be the timekeeper for the presentation. She will let you know at the 5-minute mark, all right? Okay, all right, thank you. Go ahead, yes.
Well, thank you, Madam President. My name is James Attea. I'm the president and CEO of JG Consulting. I want to thank all of you for allowing us this wonderful opportunity to visit with you in person.
Excuse me, Ms. Helliger, I cannot hear.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is that better? I'll get closer.
Yeah. 1 second, let's be, 1 second, please. Unfortunately, I don't have the presentation. Okay, I just want to make sure it's clear. Okay, thank you. All right, let's try this again. Everybody's got their microphones turned on?
Yes, ma'am. So sorry. Thank you for indulging me. I'll blame it on the mask. So normally I'm able to speak much louder and clearer. But as I was saying, my name is James Guerra. I'm the president and the CEO of JG Consulting. I want to thank all of you for your wonderful service to the Fort Bend ISD. It's a true honor and a pleasure to be with you in person this evening. Joining me this evening are three of the four consultants who will be representing you in this capacity. My colleagues to my right, Mr. Alton Fraley and Mr. Michael McKay. So if I could, I'll pass the baton to Mr. Fraley and then to Mr. McKay and let them introduce themselves.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. My name is Alton Fraley. I'm a retired superintendent from Katy ISD, was there for 9 years, retired in 2016. Prior to that, I was superintendent of DeSoto ISD near Dallas, and prior to Cincinnati Public Schools, Cincinnati, Ohio. Spent 12 years working in Spring Branch as principal up to assistant superintendent, and taught school over in Baytown with special needs children. And I've been president of the TASA and the AESA as well, and I've been in this business 35 years.
Next slide.
Good evening, board members. My name is Michael McKay. I know some of you may know me. It's great to be home. I called this place home for many, many years. I retired from Hasty ISD a few years ago. I was your interim superintendent right before Charles came on board. Of course, I was an assistant superintendent here in Fort Bend, principal, associate principal, assistant principal, and so on. So I had a long, extensive career here in Fort Bend, and really enjoy being back in town. It's good to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. So as you can see, we have a very rich history of experience. So I'm very fortunate as the founder of the firm to be surrounded by a true brain trust. So I often joke in the spirit of being March Madness and we're getting to that basketball season. I'm Phil Jackson. This is Michael Jordan. That's Steve Kerr and Steve Flores, Dr. Flores, who isn't here with us this evening. I guess we'll give him the honor of being Scottie Pippen tonight. But he's here in spirit, so we are your true boots on the ground. We will represent you in all capacities as it pertains to the superintendent search. And sir, if you don't mind going to the next slide, thank you. So I want to thank him for being our esteemed colleague as well for helping us present. Next slide, please, sir. So I'm going to share with you a few items tonight as it relates to the superintendent search process. and specifically to JG Consulting. So our mission is very simple. There are a few key words in our mission statement that I'd like to underscore and highlight. The first being equitable. The process isn't only equitable for the candidates and those who apply, but also for you as trustees and for your constituents, the staff, the faculty, and the students, of course. We're very inclusive in our process, so it's a very hands-on approach. There's very extensive and exhaustive meetings that will take place with both internally and externally to ascertain what characteristics, traits, qualities, and attributes that you're looking for from your next superintendent. And the best way that we can approach that work is listening and learning from everyone, not only you who serve on the board, but also your constituents, the staff, and of course the students. And we're very transparent with the information that we receive. We provide you with regular updates, regular reports. We communicate very extensively, so that way the transparency is front and center. So at no point in time during the executive search process where there'll be any doubt or uncertainty of where we are in the executive search process. So we'll provide you with a number of opportunities to provide input. Your community members will provide input. The students will provide input. And first and foremost, too, let me back up and state that we work at the will of the school board. So we represent the 7 of you. So our responsibility is to serve you and to serve the district. And that's very important. We don't represent and serve the candidates. And we're going to get to that in a moment here. And sir, if you wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide. The success of the superintendent ultimately can be measured in many ways, as we all know. But it's the satisfaction of the board, the community, the faculty, and the staff. But at the end of the day, it's the student's success, whether it's postgraduate success, college career, and life. All of those factors play into our mission and our vision, which aligns very well to the mission and vision of Fort Bend ISD. And then I'll talk a moment about the differences in measuring success, sir, if you don't mind for me. Some of our current and past partners include some of the images that you see before you. If you aren't aware, here in the Region 4 area, we're currently engaged with the Lamar Consolidated Independent School District representing their superintendent search. We've just started the Houston ISD superintendent search. We're on the latter stages of Crosby Independent School District search. Roughly all in, we have about 8 superintendent searches that are taking place around the state of Texas. We were just awarded a contract with Lovejoy Independent School District, a fast growth district in Allen, Texas, one of the highest performing academically in the state. We're also conducting superintendent searches in 2 other fast growth areas, New Braunfels Independent School District and Dripping Springs ISD. And we're also a national search firm. Our roots are here in Texas. The 3 of us obviously all live in Texas. I reside in Austin, where our home base is, but we work nationwide. We have 30 other practitioners who have served as sitting superintendents in very successful careers across the United States from East Coast to West Coast. But our strength resides in Texas. There are 12 retired superintendents, practitioners, if you will, who live in different metropolitans around the state, whether they be the Houston area, of course, like Mr. Fraley, the Austin area, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, San Antonio. So our reach is very expansive. So just want to mention that not only are you getting the benefit of the 4 of us, with Steve being, Dr. Flores being here in spirit, you have the benefit of getting the brain trust of all of our faculty members, not just Texas, but if it's the will of the board to cast a wide net, East Coast to West Coast, to recruit exceptional talent, we can do that. You see in front of you, we have other large, very complex school systems that we've recently served. Washoe County School District in Nevada is the 2nd largest district, serving approximately 65,000 students. East Baton Rouge, the capital city of Louisiana, serves almost 46,000, and currently we're engaged with the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, and they serve approximately 30. Sir, if you don't mind, to the next slide, thank you. Some of the unique differentiating factors about our work, and this goes back to my statement about transparency and providing the Board of Trustees an opportunity to be a collaborative partner in this effort, is that we will provide you with access to what we call an on-demand interview portal. And what that looks like is that each candidate that applies to serve as your next superintendent, that meet the qualifications of the leadership profile will be asked to complete an on-demand interview. They will use a device similar to the laptops that you have in front of you. It's there's no one on the other end, in other words. There's preloaded questions. So one question may be, what drew you to the position to serve in Fort Bend ISD? And so when we present to you the candidates in an executive session, we're going to not only share the artifacts that we require with their application materials, the letters of interest, the resumes, their academic transcripts, their references, and verification forms. You will also have access to the on-demand interview portal. Nowadays, it isn't enough just to have those artifacts, those tangible documents in front of you. It's a great opportunity for you to get to know the candidates before we invite them in on a plane, train, or automobile to interview in person or virtually. So we're going to present to you all of this information. So it's a very rich and robust dialogue. Just last night, we presented the candidates to Crosby ISD. Mr. Fraley and I were there. They had 71 applicants for their position, representing approximately 15 states. We started the evening. It's a long work session. We started at 7, and I'm not sharing this with you to scare you, but just to let you know that this is a great opportunity for you as a board to really identify those candidates who fit the profile and who deserve an opportunity to interview in consideration to serve as a superintendent. We started at 7 p.m. We finished at roughly 12:30 a.m. So it was a very long workshop. But if you were to ask any of our board partners currently or previously over the last 7 years, they would all tell you that one of the greatest experiences that they've had is the opportunity to get to know the candidates prior to any of the in-person interviews or other format of interviews. So we're not withholding any information from you at any point in time. You will have all of the information readily available to you. We're not operating with a stable of candidates, and what I mean by that is we're not recycling candidates from one district to the other. In fact, in our contract and our guarantee, we will never recruit your superintendent away from Fort Bend ISD. Now, if they choose to apply for a position on their own accord, that's entirely up to he or she. But if you look at our track record of success, all of the superintendents that we have recruited or placed over the last 7 years are still serving in their respective seat today, with the exception of one who has retired and another who became ill. But we've engaged in more than 1,000 executive searches over the course of the last 7 years, and that's all searches. We do searches for the principalship, chief academic officer, CFO, general counsel, athletic director. So if you look at our track record, it's all executive level searches. So from the principalship up to the superintendent and even state departments of education. Sir, if you wouldn't mind going to the next. So this is a quick screenshot, so I can't show you a vignette of this video, but essentially, in your mind's eye, envision the on-demand portal. This is what you will be presented with during that executive session workshop when we're bringing to you the candidates that you can hear and see from virtually. So this was Austin ISD. That is Dr. Elizalde. She was named lone finalist to serve as superintendent in Austin ISD. The first question that she was asked to respond to is, please discuss your pertinent education experiences and accomplishments that you believe support your candidacy for the position of superintendent. Dr. Elizalde had 2 minutes to respond to that question. The unique attribute of this platform is that the candidates can retake and re-answer these questions as many times as they'd like until they're satisfied with the responses. So it gives us an opportunity as a team and you as a board to really determine whether they took their time, they studied the district, they evaluated some of the accountability measurements and some of the other things that are relevant to the 4 questions. And that helps you make an informed decision which candidates you would like to bring in for an in-person interview. Sir, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. One more, please. So I alluded to some of our reach, and I talked about the faculty and those practitioners that represent our team. So if it is the will of the board, we can cast a very wide net. So if you're open-minded to a national search, we can certainly do that. If you prefer local, regional, Southwest region of the United States, it's really at your discretion. So one of the questions we'll ask you when we develop a scope of work and a plan, an action plan, is what are your preferences? You know, do you prefer an open search, meaning a national search? And are you open-minded to an assistant superintendent, or do you prefer a sitting superintendent? So our recruitment efforts will align to the customization and the profile that we develop together. And we will ask you to provide us with candid input to help us develop that profile. In addition to that, the stakeholder meetings that I referenced earlier, every group, whether it's internal or external, will have an opportunity to share their voice. And so that way we can incorporate their voices into the leadership profile. And for us, the leadership profile is synonymous with the job description. So they're one and the same. But we hear and listen and learn from all of the various stakeholders, both internally and externally. So we have a process and a system that we can recommend, but it's important that we learn from you and what priorities you feel are important. So we align our objectives and our protocols according to the board's desires and goals. And so our recruitment will be in alignment with your expectations. So whether you want a traditional candidate, someone who has been an educator for a number of years, who has served in a mid-management role such as a principal, an assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent, sitting superintendent, whatever the will of the board is, that is how we will align our goals and objectives to meet your expectations of us. And again, our shingle and our measure of success is that we've never failed to search. So knock on wood, during the course of our operation as a firm and business, we've been successful 1,000% of the time. So again, to use a sports analogy, we're batting 1,000. Sir, if you wouldn't mind going to the next, thank you. Some of the organizations that we work with very closely, many of them you're probably very familiar with, the American Association of School Administrators. In fact, Mr. Fraley is the past president of the national organization. Several of our faculty members are the founding members of the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents. We work very closely with the Council of Great City Schools, the Council of Urban Boards of Education, the National Alliance of Black School Educators. Mr. Fraley and I recently presented pre-COVID at their national conference in Dallas. So we work closely with all of these various affiliations. And the reason I mention these is because that expands our reach. We have more access and greater depth of access to exceptional talent through the affiliations that we have with these organizations. So it really helps bring the best and the brightest talent for your consideration. Sir, if you don't mind. One more, please. All right, so this is the suggested timeline, but by no means do we need to follow this. Our scope of work generally takes anywhere from 4 to 5 months. So considering we're the first part of March, if you take time frame from now through June, late June, we could theoretically name a lone finalist if it's the will of the board during that time frame. So these major milestones along the way, planning discussion, that will begin with a one-on-one.
Just 1 minute. It got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm almost there. Appreciate the courtesy heads up. So the planning discussion will begin with individual meetings with each of you. So we'll have a private consultation. Myself, Mr. Fraley, Mr. Mackay, and Dr. Flores will meet with you privately and ask you just a series of questions. And again, as an example, one of those questions will be, what types of characteristics, qualities, attributes are you looking for in the next superintendent? And we'll just have a dialogue. We'll provide you with the questions in advance. They're not hot seat questions, I can assure you. It's just an opportunity for us to get to know each other. We can have an opportunity to build rapport. You can ask us questions. So the month of March, ideally, we could have the planning discussions with each of you. We can begin planning which stakeholder groups you'd like for us to meet with, both internally and externally. So we can map out the month of March to do some of those exercises. Begin the recruitment after we present the formal summary report of what we've heard from the various stakeholder meetings, what we have ascertained from the online surveys that will facilitate and manage, and then provide you with the leadership profile to adopt and approve. So that could take place in April, begin the recruitment in May, begin screening candidates and vetting candidates in May. The application could close in May if it's the will of the board. We can present to you the candidates, as I've shared a few times this evening, during executive session. We'll create a workshop where we do that together as a team. And then you identify a timeline when you'd like to conduct the first round of interviews and then the final round. So depending on, again, the time frame that you have in mind, we can customize that based on your expectations. So this is just purely a suggestion based on our history and the practice that we've created of a 4 to 5 month runway. Just wanted to give you context. Sir, if you don't mind, and I'm almost there, I promise. One more, please. or 2 more after this one. This is a screenshot of a recent acknowledgement thanking all of you for the opportunity to interview this evening. As you can tell, we're very technologically oriented. We use Prezi.com, not PowerPoint. This is my own personal LinkedIn page. I wanted to acknowledge the invitation for being here this evening to interview with you all. And so you can see what kind of impression this made in a very short period of time. 67 likes over almost 2,000 views. And so many of those images you see beneath you, beneath the reactions identification, those are educators, they're administrators from across the country. So we utilize a lot of technology to cast a wide net. And so for us, the recruitment has already started. So without even having an application open, individuals that are serving in large, complex organizations are aware that we're here this evening. So win, lose, or draw, we'll support you in whatever capacity we can because you have genuine interest right there before you. So that concludes my brief presentation. Welcome any questions you may have of us.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you all again for being here. This time I'm going to call on each one of the board members. I'm going to start with Dave Rosenthal. I'll go this way. Let's go this way.
Thank you. I'll just ask one this round. Thank you for the presentation. Good to see you, Mr. McKay. And so you mentioned that you're basically involved with 3 searches kind of in the area currently. So could you explain why, I can see why that's a huge advantage to you as a recruiter myself. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me why that might be an advantage to us as well?
Familiarity, obviously, with the area. We're constantly here in the Region 4 area to serve and support our other communities that are in close proximity to you. We have a strong working knowledge, obviously, with Mr. Fraley and Mr. McKay as a previous administrator here in the community. So our reach and our exposure to this area is very strong. Obviously, with the 3 searches that we have, 2 of which are on the latter stages. So Lamar Consolidated is in the interview phase, so they're approaching the 11th hour, if you will. Crosby is in the same scenario. Houston ISD, in full disclosure, they're in the infant stages. However, their timeline is going to be more aggressive, so we don't see our efforts with our other 3 school district partners as having any sort of overlap. And the reason I want to be clear about that is because we're very intentional in our work. There are 58 vacancies that are known for public consumption across the state of Texas right now. We get invitations to interview on a regular basis and to consider superintendent searches quite regularly. But more times than not, I can tell you that we often decline these opportunities because we want to work with districts that we feel align to our norms and our values, and we want to work with good school boards, good school districts. And so it's a perfect fit for us in terms of our local presence now as it stands with the other 3 school districts that we're serving, and just the knowledge base that we have of this community. So it seems like a natural transference of knowledge for us.
And if there are candidates that may not be matches or fits for other districts, I assume that they might still be considered for us if there's a good fit.
Absolutely. So, we do not discourage candidates from applying. Naturally, we will screen and vet according to the leadership profile that we create as a board, as a district, as a community. And we will bring forward all of the candidates, so we won't withhold any of the candidate information. I referred to Crosby a moment ago where they had 71 applicants spanning, I think, 15 states, if my memory serves me correctly. So you will have an opportunity to get to know each of these candidates in some form or fashion, whether it's the on-demand interview, reviewing their tangible artifacts, those letters of interest, resumes, academic transcripts. And a candidate who perhaps applied for another district, whether it's in the Region 4 area or the Central Texas area, for example, may not have been a good fit there, and some may apply for more than one job. That's not uncommon in this business. We do see many applicants who apply for multiple jobs. You know, there are eager, aspiring superintendents, sitting superintendents who have a desire to serve in a community like Fort Bend ISD. It's a very desirable place to be, a thriving community. So you're going to have no shortage of talent. Just with that brief screenshot that you saw a moment ago, that's pretty incredible. That's a high return rate in comparison to some of our other acknowledgments. And if you go to my LinkedIn profile, you can see where I've thanked every single board who has interviewed us over the course of the last year. And you can compare the click-through rate. So you had almost 1,867 likes. It's a very high number. And that's a testament to all of the great work that you're doing here, the successes of Fort Bend ISD, the celebrations. It's a desirable place to be. You will have no shortage of talent, especially knowing that candidates are already asking, you know, what is the likelihood that JG Consulting will be retained to support you? I said, well, it's the will of the board. I said, you know, we'll put our best feet forward like we always do, and if they feel that we are their agent to represent them, then by all means, we'll be that entity. But, you know, we're here to serve you, to serve your students, and to represent your community. And our job right now is to build trust, build rapport, because the work ultimately is engendered in trust. And we want to establish that kind of relationship with everybody that you serve, your constituents, and of course the students.
Let me add this, if I may. The candidates that applied for Lamar Consolidated are not the same ones that applied for Crosby. It may not be the same ones that applied to Fort Bend. You may have a little overlap, but once we build a profile, that really kind of dictates who looks at this position. The pool that looks at Fort Bend may not be the same pool that looks at Kansas City or Houston even. And so we don't have a stable that we just dance around from place to place. The profile really drives who we recruit and who we recommend.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Haliger. Here's my question. Do you use a leadership/skills competency evaluation with the shortlist finalists to try and match the right person for the job? So I'm not talking about a personality profile. I'm talking about a competency test and even a grit test, because if a superintendent doesn't have grit, they're not going to make it.
Right. So the on-demand interview is powered by Modern Hire, is the name of the third-party company that we subscribe to. They have supplemental resources such as those that you're referring to that we can utilize. If it's the will of the board, we have incorporated such tests, and they're not personality tests, but they identify other soft skills, other areas that may be of interest to you. And so we can disaggregate that data based on the assessments that you wish to see. So that's really at the discretion of the board. Not all of our board partners ask specifically for something of that nature, but we have the ability to do that. So it really just varies depending on your interest. And we generally treat, as Alton said, the leadership profile is what I call the North Star. That's our guidepost. That's how we will determine who is the best fit based on everything that we've heard from all of you, your stakeholders, and the students. So that will be your true rubric. That will be the criteria that will be before you of how we evaluate whether a candidate is a good fit or a bad fit. And to Mr. Fraley's point, the candidates will vary from district to district. In Crosby, it's a one-horse town, a smaller district, fast growth, yes, but very different in terms of their needs and their assessment compared to Lamar, compared to Houston ISD. Although New Braunfels, for example, and Dripping Springs are in close proximity, their profiles are uniquely different as well. So the candidates pool will look different too. So I just want to be clear that we're not recycling candidates. We don't work with the stable. It's not going from one to the other. But I think if we were to utilize, to your point, Mr. Rice, an opportunity to incorporate some sort of test or some other litmus test criteria, I think that would be a good complement or a supplement to the actual leadership profile. So I'd be interested in learning your thoughts on what you think would be appropriate, and we can customize that working with our partner, Modern Hire.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And if I could offer this as well. In addition, you know, he has been in the business for a while, and I've been coast to coast with working with superintendents, and so has Mr. McKay. We're going to know these folks personally, or know someone that knows them personally, and how they really, really work. They may do well on an assessment, but how do they really treat people? How do they really work with the board? How do they really work with instruction? Those are the things that we'll be able to tap into because of our vast connections on a personal basis.
That's right.
All right, thank you. Dr. Gilliam?
And thank you for the presentation. I don't really have a whole lot of questions, so that means that you pretty much answered a lot. But at the same time, I'm still going to stay on with, Austin ISD, Lamar Consolidated, Crosby, Houston. How do we not get lost in the shuffle? I don't think that Fort Bend will, but how do the applicants not get lost in the shuffle?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I appreciate that because I think in the spirit of transparency and in full disclosure, just in the last week, we have welcomed 3 new members to the team. We have full-time dedicated staff. Although my partners here are recovering superintendents because we're all working very hard these days, we have grown quite extensively over the past 6 months. So recognizing our fast growth and being the fastest growing search firm in the country, as the owner, I've taken upon myself to identify other practitioners who have a propensity for doing this work to ensure that we're not compromising the quality of our work or losing the integrity of our process along the way, to guarantee that our measure of success will continue and that our track record will continue. So that's why we have 4 people dedicated to Fort Bend ISD, not just 1, not just 2. The other consultants that live and work in Texas and that represent Houston ISD are different individuals, with the exception of Mr. Fraley and I. Because of his proximity to Houston and his understanding of the greater Houston area, if you will, including its suburbs, we serve in different ways. Some of us are dedicated to stakeholder meetings and providing context around the scope of work. Others have exceptional experience working with elected officials. Where I shine, and this is just an I statement, I've lived and worked in some of the largest cities in the United States over the course of my history. Born and raised in Austin, worked on the East Coast, the West Coast. My shingle and what I hang my hat on, prior to the age of 30, I worked with the 5 largest school districts in the United States, Los Angeles Unified, New York City. It's how I've been able to meet individuals like Mr. Fraley and Mr. Mackay. So identifying talent for me is the most critical aspect of this. So to answer your question again, identifying other individuals who can support us in this work, even the behind the scenes people. I have an administrative officer who takes care of all of our calendars, all of our scheduling. Even the interns get involved in some of the social media background checks on the candidates. So that's something they enjoy. So their responsibility to scrub Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, to find anything that might be glaring that we need to bring to your attention. So everybody plays a role and it has a function. So I can assure you that we have enough bandwidth to ensure that we're going to be just as successful serving Fort Bend ISD.
If I could add this too, Lamar's first round of interviews is Monday. Crosby's is a week or so following that. So by the time we get around to actually presenting candidates to you, those searches are done. Mm-hmm. They're done. And Houston is coming on board, but again, that's a whole different pool of applicants that'll be looking there. And I live in Fulshire. I've been here for 30 of my 35 years in this business. I'm going nowhere. And Fort Bend is very important to me. And so this is a personal search for me because I have friends here. And I will make certain that being in close proximity, your needs will not go unmet. If you need access to someone, I'm very nocturnal. I'll be available to you. And I will make certain that I personally keep my hand on this search.
Yeah. So our current searches, to his point, just to reiterate, Crosby ISD will begin interviewing on Monday and Tuesday, as well as Lamar Consolidated Monday and Tuesday. The other searches in Central Texas, there are only 2 others. Their interviews are also starting next week. We have diversified, so we are doing a city manager search in the city of Cibolo, a fast growth area just north of San Antonio, near New Braunfels. But other consultants are working those projects. So by design, we have different individuals representing different communities so that there is no shortcomings, there aren't any pitfalls. All of our work will be focused and dedicated on you. So I mentioned that there are 58 vacancies alone right now for public consumption in the state of Texas. We're currently managing 6. The state has 1,200 districts, as you know, so we're very intentional. As he said, this is personal to him. Everything is personal to me because all of my chips, in full disclosure, are on the table. I founded the company 100%. We have 0 investors, so our reputation is at stake. And so everything that we do as an organization is rooted with intentionality. And we have a 100% track record. And so we don't intend to fail now. And that's something that I work very tirelessly at to ensure that there are no shortcomings. And at any point in time, as we're serving you in the community, if you feel like we're falling short, please, I will encourage you and invite you every week during our weekly updates to let me know if there are any issues or concerns that we need to address, and we will handle it immediately. So this has to be, again, rooted in trust and engendered in trust, because have faith in our process, have faith in the work that we've done. I would invite you to call as many references as you like, whether they're Texas-based, Colorado, Arizona, Louisiana. You're welcome to call us, any and all of them if you wish.
All right, thank you. Ms. Williams, do you have any questions?
I basically had a statement to make about this particular firm. I am very impressed with their work history. I looked at their references. I just think that the mere fact that this particular search firm is able to obtain so many other different school districts to work with them is a plus. So I do not see that as a minus. Just like the doctor office, they don't have one patient. Myself as a real estate broker, I'm not looking for one listing. I want multiple listings. So I just think that the mere fact that JG Consulting firm has multiple school districts seeking their assistance is a plus. And I must say, I was very proud when I read the information. I'm extremely proud now to see this particular firm and its diversity enter the market. So it's not a minus. I think that's a plus. So I didn't have any questions, just had a statement.
All right, thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. James?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Helliger, and thank you for the presentation to the team that's there. My question has to do with development of the leadership profile. You talked about it as the job description. You referenced it many times. How does that get developed, and could you give us some information, details about the process for how that's developed?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So the process will begin with engaging with each of you to understand which stakeholder groups, what qualities, attributes you're looking for in the next superintendent. Once we determine what the comprehensive list of stakeholders consists of, both internally and externally, we'll spend 2 to 3 weeks or a month, depending on the time commitment you wish for us to engage the community, the students, and the staff or faculty. And so we'll garner all of that input and combine that same input with the online survey data that we can disaggregate in real time. We utilize a premium version of SurveyMonkey, and we can conduct as many surveys in different languages as you wish. I'll give you an example. In Houston ISD, they just created their superintendent search page today, which will also replicate and emulate that experience or that best practice for here in Fort Bend. We'll create a unique search page with your staff, utilizing your communications department and some of your faculty to develop a page. With that will be embedded the unique survey links. So whether they're in Spanish, English, if you have other languages you wish, because we understand there's more than 90 languages spoken here in Fort Bend. So we want to be able to reach as many people as we can. So utilizing all of the input, if we're conducting in-person meetings such as this, virtual town hall meetings utilizing Zoom, Facebook Live, YouTube, all of the various formats. So think big. So as many meetings as you wish for us to facilitate, along with your support, we will gather all of that information and synthesize it in a manner in which we refer to as a summative report. When we meet and present to you the summary report, it generally is about 8 to 10 pages. It'll give you a sense of what we've heard from the community. We'll even break it down into three groups for you in 2 pages. We'll have the trustee comments without calling attention to any individual trustee. Again, it's more parenthetical, it's synthesized. The second group will be staff, the third will be community. And so you'll have an understanding of where all of the wishes and the desires align. So if there's an academic practitioner that is the focal point, we'll be able to call attention to that. And so based on all of that information that we're able to glean from the various meetings that we'll conduct on your behalf, we'll be able to present to you a leadership profile, a job description that aligns to those wishes. So it's customized based on all of the feedback. So I made the statement earlier that we incorporate everyone's voice into the leadership profile. So that way their voice is represented in what they were able to share with us. And that's where the team really does a great job. In Lamar, for example, I'll use them as a recent reference, we had a myriad of different meetings that were both in-person and virtual. Alton and I were in person at several campuses. I think we had four virtual in-person town hall meetings in different auditoriums across their community, where not only the in-person participants were able to provide us with real-time feedback in person, but they also had individuals participating via YouTube or Facebook Live. So the staff were able to, in real time, get feedback or questions to us. So one of their communications department personnel would run to us like Vanna White, hand us the iPad, we'd be able to read the comments and the questions and respond to them accordingly. So all of these various things that I'm sharing with you, big picture, that's how we develop the leadership profile. So it encompasses everything. But you will have an opportunity to review this information, these two artifacts, the summary report and the leadership profile, in person if we were to engage in a meeting like this. And that's done in open session. We want to be transparent, again, so that your community will have an opportunity to hear what we've learned and that we've captured what they have shared with us and conveyed to us. And we do this as a matter of professional collaboration. It's not anything you have to necessarily approve. We often refer to it as the blessing. So that night, that day, whenever that meeting takes place, if you were to say, okay, JG Consulting, this looks good, perhaps we change some verbiage or language here and there, literally the next day, if it's the will of the board, once the leadership profile is approved, we're off to the races. We've opened the application. Typically, it's a 30-day window. And again, the will of the board, if you want a shorter time frame, and we begin recruiting and screening and vetting candidates. So that's a long-winded answer to tell you that's big picture, but it encompasses a lot of the information that we hear from your constituents, both internally and externally.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hannah?
Thank you, Ms. Helliger. Thank you for your presentation. There were two pieces at the very beginning that stuck out to me, and it was when you kind of listed the attributes of your firm, and you included the word well-managed. And so that stuck in my mind, and I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But I also appreciated that you let us know that at the end of the day, it's about the student success, and I couldn't agree more. And so thank you for sharing that. So as far as your attribute of being a well-managed firm, how does that translate to help and assist a board that has, 3 brand new board members? And especially, how does that assist us in, how will your portal help us? How will you help us with the interview process? How will you help us? I mean, you talked about how that community, the involvement will work, but how can you guide us? And before you answer that, I have a very simple question. Do you, as the firm, do you have access to translator services, or were you saying that you rely on the Fort Bend ISD communication department to do that? Okay.
May I answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So with respect to the translator services, depending on the language, the most common language that we are requested to represent or to speak on is Spanish. So many of our faculty members are Spanish speaking, but if there are other languages, we would rely on the communication department or services that you have in-house. Because we do recognize there's more than 90 languages spoken. And this was actually a conversation that I had, for example, today with Houston ISD, because there was, I believe, a request for, I think it was Cantonese and Arabic. And so SurveyMonkey and our survey translation services doesn't necessarily transfer cleanly the English version of the survey to others. So we even in Spanish have to double check the work because the algorithm of that system isn't 100% clean. But if you have the benefit of internal translators, we would welcome that. And if it's a cost prohibitive issue, then I would be open to, to making accommodations so that way your staff isn't overworked for the sake of helping us translate in whatever capacity that might be. So we're very nimble, but I want to recognize that that if it is a necessity, I definitely want to, in good faith and goodwill, support your staff if they're helping us.
And so I apologize to Ms. Helliger because I was only supposed to ask one. But I would like you to just address the other question I had actually
Sure.
that was first, just about
But the well-managed.
supporting new board members in terms of how does your management and how you're set up, help us with some hand-holding actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I made the reference earlier to Michael Jordan to my right here. Mr. Fraley has served as a school board member in the local area and is certified to train school boards in whatever capacity is needed. So we have the requisite experience to help you along the way in whatever that capacity looks like. The well-managed reference talks about all of our internal processes and protocols. We communicate so extensively that there will be no stone unturned, not only with our transparency for the community and the staff and the students, but to help you along the way. We establish major milestones and a timeline that meets the needs and the needs assessment of the board. I mentioned time and time again, we work at the will of the board. So whatever it is, whatever objective it is that you wish to accomplish, whether it's in week 1, week 2, week 3, we're going to establish protocols customized to your needs and to your assessment. But along the way, rest assured that we have the requisite skill set. A number of our faculty are trained and are certified to provide you with board training if that's something you want. So I just throw that out there as a supplemental component because we have that experience. He's certified. We have other individuals in Texas. If you're familiar with the Lone Star governance, for example, we've worked with districts who are LSG districts, to use the acronym, and so we have that experience too. So we've got a very deep pool of knowledge where we can help you and assist you in many different ways. So I hope that answers your question because I can go into much greater detail if you'd like.
No, that's fine.
Just
Thank you,
add,
Mr.
yes, I'm a formerly elected board member of Cypress Fairbanks ISD. Was there in 99 through 2002. We were the 2002 honor board for the state of Texas. I currently serve as chair of the Board of Regents of Student at Boston State University, and I chaired their search for the new president as well. And so the role of the board is very familiar with me. I'm very sensitive to the task we have before you. A lot of folks don't understand what you go through, but I've been there, and I certainly am very sensitive to making certain that you have what you need to be responsive to your constituents here in Fort Bend ISD.
All right. Okay, thank you. And so my question is, you mentioned this a little bit about social media searches, whatnot. It's important for me that we have a good background search, process for our next superintendent. Could you talk a little bit about that, please?
Absolutely. So there's a third-party group that I referenced in our proposal. The company organization name is Baker Eubanks LLC. Their sole purpose as an organization is to do a deep dive in background checks. So I often tease when I reference them is that if you were Jacques Cousteau and you dropped a treasure chest in the bottom of the Gulf, this group would find it. Unpaid parking tickets, credit history, verifying academic credentials. We go to the extent of paying for their services, so it's a part of our overall fee. And we do this as a layer of checks and balances, if you will. So not only are we doing our background checks internally at a high level, but we hire them to do the background checks on your behalf as well. So that way we're bringing to you candidates that have a clear track record, a history of not only of success, but there's no, again, to use my words earlier, no stones are unturned. So if there's something that's glaring if they pass our litmus test early on, we want to be able to disclose whatever it is that Baker Eubanks, for example, finds. So each report that we get per candidate generally can range, depending on their history, their tenure as practitioners, anywhere from 20 to 40 pages. And right now, I can tell you, recent experiences due to COVID, because they're checking court systems. So if an educator that perhaps has lived in different cities, different states, we're having to check every major court record in their respective cities that they've served as an educator. So due to COVID, we would need at least a 3-week runway to get the reports back. Pre-COVID, it would take about 2 weeks. But just want to give you enough warning so that way as we get to the latter stages, once you say, JG Consulting, would you please conduct the background checks with Baker Eubanks, we would hire them as a third party. We incur the cost. Once the background check's clear, we get the information. It's an encrypted file that we provide to you. And so you will have access to the entire file.
All right, thank you. All right, going to go to the second round. Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes. I wanted to talk about your on-demand service. So I think you said was it Crosby?
Yes, sir.
So they actually sat and looked at 71 candidates through that portal.
So the way we present the candidates, that's a great question. So because there were 71, the way our team operates and our best practice, internally I defer to the practitioners, the brain trust, right? So when we review and vet and screen candidates, we identify 3 buckets, 3 tiers or groups. Group A is the recommendations of the firm, who we feel as a team, the candidates align best to the profile, the leadership profile.
And how many would be in that bucket typically?
Up to 10, sometimes more, depending on the depth and the quality of the executive search. So in the case of Crosby, there were 8 strong for Group A.
But they wanted to look at 71.
So we looked at 8, and I'll just be fully transparent. We looked at 8 in Group A. In Group B, they had another set of numbers, and it was a handful. And then we gave them access to all the delta, which was 60 or so, and we looked at a handful. But they had access to all of the information, so we didn't withhold anything. But we looked at certain attributes. What level of service are you currently in? Are you an assistant superintendent? Because oftentimes, if you're managing a search for a one-horse town, you might have a high school principal who applies. So we're looking and screening through those types of experiences as well. But we did, because of the on-demand interviews, each interview is 10 minutes in duration. 2 minutes for the first 2 questions, 3 minutes for the last 2. So there are 4 total questions. So we went through them one by one. The trustees, and you will experience the same exercise and go through the same exercise. You'll have a tangible binder for each of you, arranged in no particular ranking order by us. It's just candidates are identified by their alphabetically by their last name. And so we tabulate those based on that arrangement. We'll ask you to go read through the letters of interest of candidate 1, 2, and 3, but not ranked just the way they're tabulated. And then you'll ask us questions. We'll show you the on-demand interview, and then we continue that exercise until you feel confident that you've identified the candidates you wish to interview in round 1. What we generally request is that you self-select your top 5 from the entire pool. And where there's consensus across the dais, that's how you determine who your round 1 interviews will be. And in many cases, no rhyme or reason behind it scientifically, we typically average 5 to 6 round 1 interviews per search, just based on the raw data.
Let me add this, your fear, no, they did not watch 71 videos. We did, they did not.
Yeah,
they watched the videos of the candidates in the different tiers, Tier 1 or Group A and Group B, and I think they want to look at 4 other videos. So no,
Okay, because I was going to say, I mean, that's kind of what we're paying you to do.
Yeah, no,
I don't expect to sit and watch 71 videos.
But if it's the will of the board, for example, we'll open it up at the end. If you feel at any point in time during that meeting you'd like to see somebody that you see on the screen, if they compel you to take a closer look, that was the case in Crosby. It's just very, to trustee's question earlier about how much guidance will you have? Similar to this genetic makeup of the board, they have 3 new board members, so it's their first time really going through this process. So it's part of it is an education too for them. So we're helping them and guiding them through that night. And this was last night.
But again, you don't watch all the videos unless you want to.
That's us, yeah. Yeah, that is us. Rest assured.
I was going to say something, Dave, about you watching 71 videos, but yeah, as long as it's accessible, it's, I think that's the key, right?
Right.
It's accessibility.
Right.
Mr. Rice? Dr. Gilliam? Okay. Ms. Williams? Mrs. James?
Yeah, so as a follow-up to what Mr. Rosenthal was asking, for the on-demand interview portal, who decides those questions? How is that decided?
Great question. So we have an item bank or a repository of questions that you can choose from, or we would invite you to provide us with 4 questions, and we would ask that there be majority consensus across the day as for those 4 questions. Typically, we ask 4. If you'd rather ask 3, again, it's at the will of the board. But we'll give you an opportunity if you wish to provide your own questions. These are very high level. So the on-demand interview is not to replace any in-person interviews or any virtual interviews with the Board of Trustees. Again, this is an opportunity for us to get to know the candidates and for you to get to know the candidates. Because of our national reach, there will be some candidates that apply simply through osmosis, finding us through national advertisements or TazNet or any other channel. So it gives us a chance to get to know them. But you will have an opportunity, if you'd like, to submit questions, and it's entirely at the discretion of the board.
Okay, I have 2 other quick questions, Ms. Holliger, if you'll permit me.
Ms.
One is you.
Ms. James, can we finish the round first and then come back to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hannah? Okay, all right. All right, so Ms. James, go ahead. Ms. Hannah didn't have any other questions.
Okay, so we talk about deciding the questions, approving the leadership profile, job description, all these things we're talking about. So is the team of people that you've described here, and are these the people that will be there, helping us and leading us through those workshops to do all these tasks?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We'll be your dedicated consultants, boots on the ground. We do have the back office personnel, other individuals that I referenced. So we do have full-time employees that will help us with a lot of the due diligence that you won't necessarily interact with in person, but myself, Mr. Fraley, and Mr. McKay, and Dr. Flores, he's in an emeritus status, soon retiring from Round Rock ISD, which is why he couldn't be with us this evening. His last day as an emeritus superintendent is the March 31st. So you will have the 4 of us as your dedicated personnel, plus all of the back office support that you won't necessarily see in person, but you have the 4 of us.
Okay, and is it the 4 of you who also conduct the focus groups and the
Yes,
that's correct.
And collect the community input as well?
That's correct, yes. And in our experience recently in supporting school districts of this size, many of the focus groups and stakeholder meetings have been done virtually or telephonically. So what we're able to do utilizing our technology, whether it's Zoom, whether it's a modern hire conferencing platform, we can work simultaneously, so that way we're blocking and tackling and using our time efficiently. So for example, I may be meeting with a PTO, PTA group while Mr. Fraley's meeting with the secondary principals, and Mr. McKay might be meeting with the elementary principals. So we'll create a master schedule that you'll be able to glean from and to reference, and we'll work through that schedule as expeditiously as possible, but recognizing that we want to meet with as many groups. So that's why in this day and age, it's important to have at a minimum 3 individuals, but I felt compelled to invite 3 of my colleagues because of their tremendous experience working in this area. But we will be here, and we will be boots on the ground. If it's the will of the board to work in person, we're certainly open to that. If you prefer virtual or a combination of both in-person and virtual, we have the experience and the technology to do both.
Okay, and then one last question, going back to the on-demand interview portal. Is that, so anybody who wants to can go through that process? In other words, if they've applied, they're going to be doing that? That's going to be part of the application? Or is there a pre-screening before that those interviews questions are answered?
Great question. So it is a part of our screening and vetting. Not all candidates will meet the minimum job qualifications of the leadership profile, but to provide an extra layer of assurances just so that we're clear on the experiences and the skill set of the candidates, we invite all of the candidates to submit that video. Naturally, not every candidate will be qualified, but for us as a team, we watch, and again, I'll use the reference of Crosby, all 71 videos, understanding that not all 71 applicants met the minimum qualifications. But that way, if you as a board were to ask us, you know, what stood out, why did he or she not advance to your tier 1 or your tier 2 recommendations to us, we'll be able to disclose to you where their shortcomings or their experiences had a deficit, or deficits for that matter. So it's an extra layer of redundancy for us to screen and to vet. Not every candidate will complete their on-demand interview in time as well. And so for us, that's a disqualifier. It's a non-negotiable. So they have an extensive amount of time to complete the on-demand interview and to get their materials in a timely manner. So for us, it's a matter of taking initiative, taking ownership of the process, and not waiting until the 11th hour to submit your materials. So we want to see how dedicated the candidates are, how much energy are they putting into the process. And if they fall short of that, then that gives us the indication that they really weren't invested in the opportunity to begin with. And that helps us screen candidates out. So if they're not demonstrating demonstrating that they're following the protocols, or not genuinely interested because, you know, they didn't feel that they needed to complete the on-demand interview, whatever the case may be, we use that as an opportunity to screen folks out.
And let me add this too. I don't do every search, but the ones I get involved with are the ones that typically have a high-profile school system. Fort Bend ISD needs someone that can face the public, that the board has confidence in their facing the public. Seeing them in action before you invite them in for an interview helps you kind of determine, can I see this person in front of the Fort Bend Chamber of Commerce? Can I see this person in front of the EDC? Can I see this person in front of a group of ministers? Will our staff respond to this person? And some folks look great on paper, and typically that's all you've had to work with. This is the only firm I'm aware of that uses the modern hire on-demand interview, where they do record themselves responding to the questions that you will finalize. And if they can't do that well, you may wonder, can they do the presentation at Sweetwater Country Club with your other Fort Bend County superintendents and represent you well? You've had great representation, and that's very important. So paper is one thing, but can they deliver in person? And that's what this on-demand video allows you to have an idea about.
All right. Exactly. Thank you, Alton.
Thank you.
So we allow the last firm to give 60 seconds. So I'm going to allow you to have 60 seconds to close out so that I can be consistent throughout this process.
We appreciate that. No, I'd just like to say thank you again, and thank you for your service to Fort Bend ISD. It's not lost on us that oftentimes this can be a thankless job. You put a lot of time and attention into serving your community, and as someone who leads a search firm and who is invested in all of the communities that we serve, it's our legacy as well. Yes. We're rooted in the communities that we work with, and at the end of the day, one of the things I'm most proud of, if you were to ask any of our current clients and previous clients, one of the most gratifying aspects of this work is we establish friendships in every community that we work with. I enjoy going back to the communities that we served 5 years ago and see how well they're doing, not only academically, but the success of their students, their staff, and their faculty. So our hope and my aspiration is that we can serve you in this capacity. But nonetheless, we want to wish you well. I want to say thank you again for the opportunity. A tremendous, tremendous district. I'm blown away by this facility. This is just a tremendous facility. So I've really enjoyed getting to see a little bit of what this facility has to offer. And the Fort Bend ISD is doing a great job, and it would be an honor to represent you and to serve you in this capacity. So thank you again for your time this evening.
Thank you again for being willing to service us in this capacity, and I appreciate you all's willingness to reschedule due to of course, the winter event that happened 2 weeks ago. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, can we want 5 minutes so that we can transition to the next? Could come back to your seats or to your screen.
979 618.
All right, thank you. Ms. James, are you back? I see Ms. Williams.
So 802. Karen.
Ms. James?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, we have everyone back. Thank you all for being so patient and committed to this process. Our final presentation for tonight is the BWP and Associates. We welcome you here this evening. Please introduce the members of your team. Your team will have 20 minutes to make its presentation, after which the trustees will ask questions. I will ask that Ms. James keep track of the time. She will let you know when you have 5 minutes left. You may begin your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I know you've had a long meeting and a few technical difficulties, and so we will try to summarize the PowerPoint presentation that we created for you for this evening. The first thing I want to say is that BWP recognizes and agrees with your mission and vision statements as we found on your website. Next slide, please. The team that we are proposing for this particular search includes 3 BWP consultants. Dr. Kevin Kastner, again, you can read his description as well as the information in his resume and our proposal. Myself, Dr. Deborah Hill, I'm the managing director of BWP and would be assisting Dr. Kastner. We would be the primary lead consultants for this particular proposal. And Dr. Kathleen Williams, again, a retired superintendent and a member of our BWP board, and who would be assisting us as needed with regards to this particular search. So please, in addition to that, our nationwide directors and associates that are across the country, and the relationships that we have also developed with other administrators and educational leaders. Next slide, please. That previous slide lists some of our areas of expertise, but in addition to that, our record of success, we've conducted hundreds of searches. I've been conducting searches for about the last 16 years, Dr. Kastner as well, and as well as Dr. Williams. But we also wanted to highlight that we comprise our team of members who match the demographics of your particular school district. As the managing director, that's one of my responsibilities, is to organize a team. And so we thought we'd share with you a few of the school districts that we have serviced in terms of a superintendent search with demographics similar to yours. And we invite you to contact our references, former clients of ours, if you'd like to acquire additional information with regards to our efficiency and our the things that we tell you that we're going to do, and to see the follow through that we conduct as a part of the search. Next slide, please. You have copies of this PowerPoint, and again, in a 20-minute window, we're going to summarize rather than walk you through each individual component of the PowerPoint. However, feel free to interrupt us with a hand raise or just jumping right in if you have a question on any of the slides that we'll be presenting. There's a lot of information, and again, you can find that on the PowerPoint in and of itself, of which you should have a copy, as well as a folder of materials that was sent that give you more description of our operations, our successes, and our ability to do the search effectively and efficiently with you. So for tonight, we're going to highlight a little bit of the search process, a sample of what a timeline might look like, and what our community engagement activities consist of, and how we would market your district, and how we would determine and solicit not only applicants, but also headhunt and go and touch people on the shoulder that don't realize they're looking for this job by learning all about your district and being able to share that. We'll talk a little bit about the keys to a successful search. And again, please feel free to ask for clarification or provide questions as we move through the slides. Dr. Kastner is going to, again, summarize the next few slides because we really do want to have an opportunity to respond to your questions.
Good evening, board members. I'm pleased to talk with you tonight. The basic thing when you're dealing with a search firm is developing a relationship and trust to work with a group that can guide you through this process. I'm not sure if any of you have been through the superintendent search recently since you've had a long tenured superintendent, but you're also looking for someone that can deliver outstanding candidates. The 4 steps in the search process are the same. You've heard those from your previous presenters. I just want to give some highlights. In specifications, you're dealing with logistics. There are key decisions that you're going to have to make as board members, and you're going to have to backward map. Perhaps the more important decision is what you're going to do with your timeline. Are you looking for someone to report on July 1, or are you looking for someone to come into the fall and come in at the end of December? That's going to be a certain strategy on momentum of the search, because you cannot do an effective search over the summer. So that's a decision you're going to have to make. Other issues such as confidentiality. If you're going to have an effective search, we recommend that you have complete confidentiality until you're lone finalist. As you go through the other part of the search, you're going to get into community engagement. Community engagement is an outreach in which you as a board are trusting your search consultants to come in to your community in an unfettered way to talk and give you feedback of what everybody is saying. We find that this process is unifying. It also brings momentum. You will notice that in the folder that I gave you, that there are some examples of what a community engagement process is with stakeholders. There's an example of a schedule. There is an example of a survey. Recently, in an experience we just had in Prince William County, it kind of brought out the necessity is the mother of invention. We did everything virtual. And in one of our meetings, we were meeting with 200 people. We looked on the screen and we had 8 or 10 translators who were simultaneously translating. They had people in chat rooms that were then giving responses that were translated back into English. And what we found that we were as effective doing the virtual process, and it actually included more inclusiveness because the community was at a lot of square miles. So we know that we can go either way. So the community engagement piece is just so critical for this process. And the result of that is you're going to have a leadership profile. Now, we will give you a notebook and present the results of the community engagement, and there will be an online survey. We were pleasantly surprised in our recent search in Prince William County, a system about 90,000, a lot of similarities to yours. We had over 6,500 participants. Mm-hmm. So in getting that quantitative data to match the qualitative data from the interviews in which we asked 3 basic questions. What are the strengths of your school district? What are the challenges you'll be facing? And what are the qualities and characteristics you're looking for in the next superintendent? When you complete the specification process, then we as search consultants can begin the recruitment. But this is where you customize your search. You have to understand there are 180,000 school systems in the United States. The average size is 4,000. Only 1.5% of the school systems are your size. Therefore, the applicant pool that's going to have some of the skill sets to be able to work with the complexities of a diverse system, a majority system as yours, is going to be somewhat diminished. Recently, we've had experiences in systems like yours, and we've been able to attract a very, very solid group of candidates. But we've also had to eliminate many that didn't fit that type of profile, because what we're looking for is a match and fit. The other thing that becomes prominent in recruiting now, and I know you're very aware of it, you've got to have the ability of someone that comes in with a skill set that can deal with all the issues of the COVID, but also, just as importantly, the COVID recovery, the idea of blended learning. And then you balance that with social justice, and you're into the whole issue of diversity. You're not going to have a successful candidate that's going to be a match and fit unless they can navigate and show successful experiences in how to work with a diverse community like yours, all the different types of stakeholders, and have a track record of success where they can show where they separate themselves as a leader. So what's important, the other thing that we have going, and it's a compliment to you, you're a successful district. Your strategic framework, I think it's excellent. The fact that you had a superintendent who was a finalist for the Texas Superintendent of the Year, that speaks well, not just for your superintendent, it speaks well for your whole district. So when you get into the recruitment, we customize it because there will be someone unique only for your system. And then when we get into assessment, when we get into the whole assessment piece here, the assessment gets into our skill sets as former superintendents, where we really can sift through and read between the lines and find out people that do more than just write a good resume. The BWP process, people have to apply online. They give their resumes, they give their letters. We look at their references, we look at their transcripts, but we also do a lot more. We do, for when we say, let's take, for example, the Prince William County. We had 50 applicants. About a dozen of the applicants looked exceptionally strong. When we looked at that group, we then had to get into further deep interviews. We get into Zoom interviews, and we sifted it out where we were wanting to narrow the field down to about a half a dozen candidates that we were going to recommend to the board. So what you're counting on us is to have a wisdom to develop the best group of people that match and fit. If you were to call the president of the school board in Prince William County, which we just met a week ago, they'd tell you we did our job because we delivered an outstanding group. And if anything, they had trouble narrowing the field down. And that's what we would have as a goal for you too. The other thing
Kevin, let me have them pause now because I want to flip through the next couple of slides so that they can catch up. So if you can flip through the next slide and keep going. That's all of those things that Kevin talked about. The slide after that talks about the timeline and the community engagement, which he summarized. In terms of the community engagement outreach, we are looking so that no one in your school community can say that they did not know what the process was. That's a critical piece, that transparency and that communication. By the same token, we explain and share with the community that it is the board's job to hire the superintendent, that the community does not get to vote on the new superintendent. However, there are points in time when they're asked to provide input and feedback. And those include, as Kevin started to talk about in terms of community engagement, interviews, focus groups, a community meeting, and the survey in which we gather all of this data and do a statistical analysis about those pieces that are in common across stakeholders. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So Kevin was talking about recruitment, and Kevin, you may want to pick it up in terms of national advertisements.
Well, obviously, when you're looking for a superintendent and the responsibility of a school board, you're not just looking for a Texas superintendent. You want to go national. When you go national, there can be some great candidates in Texas, but there's a great pool that you're going to have from across the nation. So the obligation of a board is to do their very best to attract the strongest candidate pool. And if you have the whole idea of across the country, that's going to give you a significant number of people that you can pick and choose from that are going to have successful experiences. So that's why we get into national publications where we go across the country and we have an extensive network, which we have found has led to strong candidate pools for us. If you go to the next slide, please, into assessment.
About 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes.
Thank you. When we provide you a report, we're going to have a report for you, which is going to be a final report in which we're going to recommend 4 to 6 candidates for you. That report is going to have their application, and we're going to explain how we vetted those candidates. The second part of the report that we have is we will share with you protocols on how to do the interviews. And in the protocols, we will give you sample questions. The other part that boards have found most helpful is we will also go through alphabetically 100% of the candidate pool so that the board members can see, while we chose 4 to 6, they will see the other candidates, whether they be 40 to 50, and we would show the last 3 jobs that they've had. And you would be able to see that in case you had an interest, you could find more information of candidates that went beyond those that we might have recommended. So we feel that that's type of transparency, boards at least all get the same information, because it's important that they know what we're comparing to when we make our recommendations.
Next slide, please.
Go ahead, Deb, go ahead.
The next slide, I'm trying to keep us within our time frame.
You go ahead.
No, I was trying to keep us within our time frame. So one of the pieces we wanted to talk about, and Kevin already indicated, going beyond the references and reading between the lines and contacting our associates. So it's not only what's written through the candidate's application, but it's also our conversations in terms of references and resources. So if we could have the next slide, please. We talked about the diverse group of 4 to 6 candidates. Next slide, please. So we're coming up on our summary. So we're talking about the essential steps that we believe are needed for a successful search, and that's unity of the Board of Trustees, the transparency and consistent communication, the confidentiality becomes a critical mass because you will have an even shallower pool if people don't believe that their personnel information is kept confidential until they become a candidate for the program. And the leadership description, the match and fit, this will be what you as the community have deemed as the characteristics and skill sets that you believe the next superintendent will need to have in terms of being successful. And it also enables you to have community support for the candidate so that they're not coming in having to spend time convincing people that they can do the job. They can come in and get started on the job. Next slide, please. So within this slide, when you have an opportunity to see it, it really identifies what needs to occur in terms of the next steps. So we wanted to make sure that we included that. Next slide, please. So from the standpoint of BWP and Associates, we're available 24/7. We're led by an experienced group of consultants who work closely with you. And as Kevin indicated at the very beginning, it really is, most of the search firms do similar things. It really becomes the comfortability between the consultants and the board and the community that really should guide your search. Kevin, you want to give any closing remarks? So then I want to open it up for questions.
No, I'd rather have the questions.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. At this time, I will open up for the board members to ask questions. This time, I'm going to start with our people that are on the video. Ms. James?
Okay, wow, I don't even get the benefit of the other trustees warming me up a little bit. So
I'm mixing it up. I'm mixing it up.
I know, you're mixing it up. Keep me on my toes. Thank you, Ms. Helliger. So thank you to this team from BWP for presenting to us. We appreciate you joining us tonight, and thanks for all the information that you shared. Could you, you talked about the match and fit, and could you tell us sort of how that's created? And then I think you mentioned this in your presentation, but maybe you can provide a little detail about what we do with it.
Well, first off, you're looking for people that can have the ability to work with a larger school system, with the complexity of this system. It could be a superintendent in a large system, but again, your pool is very small. But you also have some very large systems like your Houston or Dallas, where you have deputy superintendents that have experience working with systems, again, of the complexity, and they too could be great candidates. But you're not going to find someone that's in a system of 10,000 that's going to have a skill set to be a match and fit. The other key part of the match and fit is the ability to deal effectively with diversity and to be able to have a track record of being able to reach out in a very credible way with all different constituencies in a school system. So again, with a system like yours, there's a lot of people that could be great superintendents, but not necessarily for your system. And that's where that match and fit becomes critical, because they have to have evidence, even if it's a point of narrowing achievement gaps. That's very important. So that whole idea, they have to have that credibility and evidence to show that their body of work is going to be significant enough that you as a board could look and could use them to be your next leader.
The only other thing I'd add to that, the match and fit component, is that's why the community audit and the leadership profile become a critical mass, because we then gather quantitative and qualitative data from you and from your stakeholders and constituents to create this leadership profile. That then becomes the blueprint. That's the blueprint for looking at applicants, for developing questions, for interviewing applicants, for the board's questioning. That all goes back to that leadership profile that's been developed that's specifically designed for Fort Bend. Not for anybody else. It's specifically designed in terms of the responses and information and feedback that we've received from you and your community.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. I have a statement. So I know we're going to talk about the statements during open session, but I just wanted to thank Ms. Hill for being here. And I did read her bio, and it's very impressive. And I think they are a fantastic firm. So I don't have any questions because they gave more than enough detail. So I don't have any questions. They provided enough.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Hannah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for presenting tonight. Something that I heard you say that I haven't heard really anyone else say, we've asked some questions about diversity, but you're the first firm that really underscored that the candidate needs to deal with diversity. I think everybody in Texas knows what a diverse population we have here in Fort Bend ISD. In addition to the leadership profile that you mentioned and the surveys, what are you doing differently than other firms to recruit candidates who understand how to deal with that diversity?
I can just tell you our track record. If you look at the RFP that we did, our placement of diverse candidates is pretty amazing. It seems that when you're in large school systems like yours, that they're going to attract diverse candidates. And it's very easy to narrow down how effective they've been in their own school systems. A lot of the issues are similar across the country when you're dealing with complex systems. One of the issues has to do with recruitment. The track record you're getting of, are you getting a diverse staff? What's happening with there? What does it look like in your central office? A lot of these key questions we get into in a pretty deep way, because that creates the type of credibility that you're wanting to find in your next leader. So I think, whether we do Rochester, Columbus, Madison, Prince William, all these, and if the same thing would be if we're in Houston or Dallas or the systems that you're going to have in your area. And I just think that we have nationally been reaching out to people, and we've been getting some people that have a strong interest in trying to compete for positions such like your school system. Your school system has a lot of very positive things going for it. It's doable. It's not like you're in a system that's 90% free and reduced, 90% diverse. Your system is kind of in the middle, and it therefore has developed a reputation for some of the success you've had with kids. That makes it very attractive. But it also means that you have to have candidates that are going to have evidence in navigating a system like that. Just like the record that Dr. Dupree has developed, you're looking for other people that can then carry it on to your next level. And I would just tell you that I don't know how much more we do than some of the other firms. I can just tell you that if you check to the school boards and the candidates we're bringing, they're pretty impressed that they think that they give them hard choices.
And just let me follow up to say that in addition to that, we utilize our network capacity. We provide you with a list of professional publications that have a diverse population or a segment or component of their professional organization, in addition to looking at the National Alliance of Black School Educators or the Alliance of Latino Educators. Our networking with them directly gives us an opportunity, and the network we have with urban superintendents gives us an entree into groups of individuals that we believe provide us with the opportunity to present you with a diverse slate. The bottom line here is we're looking to help you find the best match, and wherever that takes us. And so we try to present a diverse slate. If you have internal candidates, we treat them just like we treat the candidates coming from outside, with confidentiality, with professionalism. You won't know who they are until we get ready to make that presentation, so that there's no question about the quality and characteristics. We look at about an 80% match between the characteristics and skill sets of that leadership profile and what is demonstrated by the applicants that when we then individually interview, collectively interview, do some screening, and then provide you with the slate of people that at least rise to that level. If, and it rarely happens, but if you find that the slate that we have presented to you is not meeting your expectations, we continue to do the search for no extra cost. The intent here is to make the best marriage between the school district and an individual to lead your school system effectively and with all due respect and continue to make you move forward successfully.
I guess I might add that the Harvard Urban Superintendents Program has been a great go-to. They have potential leaders all across the country, and they help us find potential people that we might want to consider. That's been a great go-to for us.
And then finally, as a part of our community engagement, we ask people if they know of someone that we should consider or pursue. And if we have contact information for those people, we follow up. And again, in the nature of confidentiality, we don't tell them who, but we say that their name has been recommended as a follow-up. And then again, they make that determination as to whether they would like to apply.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'm going to start with Dr. Gilliam on this side.
And good evening, good evening. First, I'd like to just share with you, Dr. Hill, with the information that you provided to us from the beginning, the detail that you actually presented really helped. I really don't have any questions other than I just really appreciate the presentation materials. They answer all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Kastner, you mentioned there are 180,000 school districts across the country. How many did you say are our approximate size?
Less than 1.5%.
1/2 of that?
1.5%.
Oh, 1/2%.
No,
1.5%. Yes.
1.5%. 1.5%.
Okay. So here's my question. Your point is that the pool of people who are qualified to lead a district like ours is pretty small. And so do you have a skills test or a leadership skills test that you give some of the short list finalists to see if they match up with our profile and your impression of what it's going to take to be successful in Fort Bend ISD? So I'm not talking about a personality test. I'm talking about a test that aligns skills to this superintendency.
The answer is no. I think we gain most of our information by talking to colleagues of people that we're considering and getting a track record of their body of evidence and digging deeper into their references than they share with us. I do know the things that you're talking about. Frankly, I think we've been able to be very successful using our experience in comparing these candidates based upon the deep references that we find.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rosenthal?
First of all, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. I do appreciate the fact that you brought up, used the term confidentiality a number of times, because that's very critical. I'm actually surprised at some states that you mentioned in your proposal here to us actually allow districts and boards to release names before a lone finalist is chosen, because that also limits your pool, because people don't want to put their name in the hat when their board is going to find out that they're applying for another job. So thank you for bringing that up. But my question is, I have a couple, but I'll ask one for now. Do you all have any type of guarantee period for your placements?
Yes, we do. Kevin, you want to respond to that?
Well, well, first off, we don't ever hope we'd have to use it, but if someone isn't successful in the first year, we will do the search over at cost.
Cost,
yes, we do.
Cost meaning supportive cost and not fees for the consultants.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Cost meaning support service cost and not fees,
Right,
not
right.
additional fees for the consultant.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it's basically a one-year guarantee period.
Yes. The other component of that is that we do not pluck out for at least a 4-year period of time any superintendents that have been placed by us. So we don't rob Peter to pay Paul. We don't go back. We do not have a pool of people waiting to be placed by us or recommended for placement by us. Each search, we start from the very beginning in terms of applicants. We may know of some people that we suggest reapply, but each search is different. And so each search enables us to start with a fresh pool of candidates. And then once they get placed, we don't come back and tap them on the shoulder to say, oh, we have another place that we think you'd be best for in terms of that. So we're very diligent. And I think that both the districts and our superintendents that we have placed appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. My question is, I know you mentioned about the community. The community does not hire the superintendent, that the Board of Trustees do, but I wanted to make sure I understand what is your philosophy on community engagement, how much the community is engaged in this process?
We work with the board to determine that. We know that we feel that the community engagement in terms of input is important and transparent, and it really supports the entire process. So by doing the individual interviews, by doing the focus groups, by doing the community meeting as a part of the focus groups, by doing the online survey, that's an opportunity for community members to give feedback at both a quantitative and qualitative level. The board then can determine by the time you get to your semifinal candidates. So if you think about the candidate process as applicants that we screen, and then candidates who are people we're going to present to you, and then your semifinalists will be your final 2 or 3 that you want to consider, and then your finalists. You look at how you want the community to be engaged, giving you feedback and input in that process. In some communities, they wait till they have the 2 or 3 semifinalists. They use some of their focus group members to review those, but if they do, they're only reviewing 1 and not all. So that again, the purpose is to give the board additional feedback and information based on that leadership profile for them to consider. In some cases, they do that with the finalists. And in some cases, they don't do that at all and announce, to the board because their feedback has been given in the earlier stages, developing the profile and the community audit.
One of the things when we provide the community engagement report, in which it contains the notes that we've taken in the individual meetings, that becomes a public document. And members of the community can see if we've captured what they think they're looking for in their next leader. And we would encourage that this be put on your website, and that during the process, all the way up to the board beginning their interviews, that people that have relationships with board members continue to talk about what you're looking for in the next superintendent. That type of engagement we would want to encourage. We think board members that have relationships with people in your community, that it isn't just that we're there for 2 or 3 days and it stops. It should continue all the way up to you beginning your interviews.
All right, thank you. Ms. James, do you have any additional questions?
I just have one other question. I was looking at the list of districts that you had listed as having done searches for recently, and I wonder, do you have any experience in Texas? And if you do, what is that like? And if not, how would you approach our search here in Texas?
I think that's a great question. First off, I also own Cambridge Strategic Services, which is a strategic planning organization that's done over 1,000 plans across the country. I have worked probably with 20, 30 school systems in Texas with the strategic plan. Also, We were responsible for supporting the Texas Visioning Institute, in which I was with a group of 35 of your superintendents over a 2-year period. So I do have a lot of connections in Texas. I'm also part of the Urban Superintendent Association, which I know has 25 Texas superintendents. However, we have not done a superintendent search in about 10 years in Texas, I think after Nolan Estes was here. But we do know Texas.
And Nolan Estes was one of our former directors of BWP. He's since retired, but I have reached out to him and said, okay, we're going for Fort Bend. If we get Fort Bend, know that we'll be leaning on you and calling on you to give us some insight and some advice.
Thank you. Ms. Williams?
Yes, I have a question. I heard the term diversity, that you are looking for a candidate, or you will look for a candidate that fits the type of diversity that is on display in Fort Bend ISD. We have a saying in our community which goes, all skin folk are not kinfolk. So I wanted to know, would your firm go and look at any complaints filed against the school district and or the superintendent that you would bring to us to interview? Would your firm go to places like the Office of Civil Rights or any state regulatory agency as part of your background check? Because the data that's presented to you may be superb. However, the school district may have skeletons in its closet, whereas that diverse student population is not even being considered as part of the good numbers that you see, because they are being, victimized by that particular system.
I want to just respond to say it tickles me that you talk about the skin component and that piece. We've not necessarily had to go that route, because we do ask a question with regards to whether there are any skeletons in the closet. So I had to chuckle when you said that, because that's the term that I use when we're interviewing candidates. In addition to that, when we do our research in terms of particularly media research, those issues rise to the surface, and they pop up. I use a system called Ben Verified, and it gives you all kinds of information that's not surface stuff, that there's information behind the scenes. And so that kind of information would pop up in that review of that person's information, and then we would pursue it. Sometimes it's important to then ask a candidate. That does not necessarily eliminate that candidate, but it causes you to ask more questions, because sometimes there are 3 versions to every story. Right. And you want to know what those versions are, and you want to give the candidate an opportunity to respond to that. But in order to do that, you have to know that that's something that needs to be shared. For example, we had a candidate who was involved in a bankruptcy, and the board started pulling out their hair when they started to talk about that. But when they talked to the candidate, it was related to a business venture, which the candidate was getting away from, and that was the way that they chose to eliminate that situation. But that popped up in our research, and we asked the candidate during the interview, and then said from our perspective that was not a deal breaker, and we shared with the board, you need to know that this candidate has this issue. And we also then advised the candidate that they should share that issue with the board up front, so that there were no surprises. We're really big into no surprises.
Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Hannah? All right. Ms. Gilliam? Dr. Gilliam? Mr. Rice? Mr. Rosenthal? Put your microphone on, please.
I think Griel has kind of asked my other question, so no further questions.
So I have one last question around communication, how you're going to communicate to the board. Can you just clarify how you will, share this candidate's information with us?
Excellent question. First of all, the initial documents that we share with the board, we will not be giving you anything that will require a FOIA for the community. Again, back to that transparency piece, we want the community to know what the timeline would be. We want the community to know what all the pieces will be. We want the community to know when the reports were going to be presented and have access to those reports, short of the personnel information. So we start with the 5 to 6 candidates that we recommend and provide you with their information so that you can screen those candidates. We do it via Dropbox, so that you don't have copies of personnel records floating around everywhere. You have a secured Dropbox. Our Dropbox technician gets in touch with you via email and gives you the password. We have enabled that Dropbox to be as secure as we can possibly make it. You know, folks can always screenshot stuff. But we also ask that the board commit to a letter of agreement of confidentiality once we're going to give them this information to the Dropbox. So again, that they're not copying or making hard copies or sharing that personnel information with those candidates. The Dropbox is open for a specific period of time during that point in time when you're going to be conducting your interviews. And then once you selected your semifinalists, those other 2 or 3 candidates, their information will be removed. Once you get down to the finalists, we then provide you with a hard copy of all of the information that you will have had access to on the Dropbox for your own personnel records. We keep the files. They are part of BWP property, so therefore they're not under a FOIA. And but once we present them to you, then however the state deems the availability of that information for the public becomes the standard operating procedure for that. But again, when we're sharing information with you, until you get to the 6 finalists or 6 candidates, then that information remains confidential.
All right, thank you. Does any of the board members have any additional questions? All right. Okay, well, thank you so much for being here tonight and your willingness to reschedule this interview. We appreciate your time and your willingness to service Fort Bend ISD in this executive search. Thank you again for coming tonight. Oh, I'll give you that too. One more last thing. I gave the last 2. So do you have 60 seconds to close out for me?
Go ahead, Deb.
Well, again, we appreciate the opportunity to present what we believe will be the best choice for you for Fort Bend. And I just want to say that we extend our prayers to your state and to your city and to your community as you're trying to bounce back from both Mother Nature's and man-made issues that definitely impact schools and impact kids, because we are all about finding you the best possible person for your kids. That's the bottom line.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, that concludes our interviewing part of our agenda. At this time, I just wanted to kind of go over some, I guess, rules a little bit on what's the next steps for us. So we've conducted the interviews. Any deliberation or any questions that we want to share with amongst each other has to be done in open session. The closed session is really only to be done, is only held so that we can tally the ranking. Each one of you all have a sheet in front of you in order for you to rank your the interviews, 1 being the highest ranking and 3, of course, being the lowest ranking. So at this time, I'm going to open the floor up for any statements or thoughts or anything that any one of the board members would like for the other members to consider. I'm gonna go by each person. I'm gonna do that, Sal. I'm gonna start with you first. Ms. Angie?
Is it possible that you might give us a minute just so we could look at our notes?
Okay.
I've just got a lot of notes.
Okay, sure.
Maybe 1 minute?
Okay, I'll give you all a couple minutes just to take a look and see if there's anything that you wanted to share or wanted any of the other board members to think about prior to them ranking those candidates for superintendent search firms. Give you about 1 more minute. Okay, all right. Let's begin. Okay, this is open to anyone. You don't have to. It's just if there's anything you would like for the other board members to consider. Ms. Hannah?
One thing I would like the board to consider, I did appreciate that JG talked about the diversity of language in our school district, and I thought that was an important part. And even though they said they may need to rely on some services in our own district, I just think that they were thinking really about the students and the families that we serve in that way, and that was something that really helped me. The other thing that was interesting to me that did I say that backwards first? JG, their video process that they go through so that we could see candidates. That was a very interesting thing to me because we are obviously such a large school district, and the person that's coming in to this district has some meaty shoes to fill because we do have a superintendent that does very well in the media. And I just thought that was an interesting perspective for us to think about, that they might look really great on paper, but have they committed the time and energy to completing those online video questions? That was interesting. I also thought this last group that shared with us, I did appreciate that there's obviously a commitment to transparency and confidentiality, and that was a little bit different theme than I heard from the other firms. I appreciated that they said that they would go, they would go A to Z through all the candidates so they could, so we could see, here is why we came up with these 5 to 6 candidates or the 4 to 8 candidates that they mentioned. So those were some standout things to me from those 2 firms.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hannah. Ms. James, do you have any thoughts you would like to share with the board members?
Well, I have a question. who checked the, did any of us as trustees check references, or we called any other of the trustees in the other districts where these firms have done recent searches?
So, Ms. James, in a prior email that I sent to the trustees, it contains a methodology that the administration used to conduct and score the references. So that was done as part of the administration's original scoring and ranking of the firms.
Okay, but none of the trustees have called other trustees.
No.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Ms. James. You know, for us, I mean, we have to be the ones to.
So you're not
select.
you're not obligated to do that as a board or trustees. You certainly can do that should you choose to do that at your prerogative. The only challenge at this point is time.
Yeah, and I do believe, if I'm correct, the references were provided.
Yes, they were provided.
Eddie, I need to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, girl.
Well, I just want to finish this out because so are there, I guess I didn't see, were they names and phone numbers type of thing? Or was it written letters from because I don't remember seeing any written letters.
So typically, the administration does those electronically, contacts others and asks them to log in, I think, through their software, and then they conduct the scoring for those references. But I don't recall seeing the actual reference responses. I don't recall seeing the actual reference responses themselves.
No.
So I'm just going to follow up with Ms. James just from some guidance perspective. Ms. James's question is a good question. Is typically, you said administration provides us with the reference, they provided the reference scoring, yes. Right? So in your experience, when do the board of trustees, are they allowed to, or when is that period of them verifying those references? Is that after the references are selected, kind of like any other employee? If you hire someone, before you actually give them the actual bid, you might select that person, then you go in and verify references prior to the actual contract being signed. Please provide some guidance with us for that.
So I think that the way most districts do that is they don't check the references of every firm that submitted a proposal. They generally wait until they get into the top several firms or the firm that they're recommending that the district contract with, and then they perform the reference checks at that point. So if you'll, although in your district, I'm looking at the scoring sheet and I have copies for all the trustees, there was a segment entitled Reputation and References of the Firm and its Services, and Hazard Young Attea scored a 9.92 of 10 points, JG Consulting scored a 9.96, and BWP and Associates scored 8.84.
All right, does that help, Ms. James?
Well, it kind of does. I just think that there's something to be said, if there's something to be said for one or some of us actually speaking to these references. I mean, maybe it's past now, but I just feel like I don't have any information, so.
Yeah, so let me offer, I think that there's a logistical challenge associated with trustees conducting references unless we had gone a different route and the trustees would have established a committee, and then members of the committee would have performed the reference checks and made recommendations and reported to the rest of the board. Otherwise, the challenge is you've got 7 individuals who are all doing individual reference checks, and it's hard to come up with a workable process. And so that's really why I think the administration performed the reference checks part along with the pricing and allowed you all to do the rest of the scoring and ranking.
Okay, well, I think that's true. I guess it seems like since we're the work team and we're making the decision, it seems that there's, maybe one of us, maybe we should designate somebody amongst us, like our board president or one of our officers or a team of officers or something to follow up with the references. I'd like to know what other trustees think. I mean, to them, it might be a moot point, but it seems to me that we're the ones doing the hiring, so we're the ones who should have checked the references.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good question, and that's one of the things that when I presented it to the officers, whether or not we should put an action item on the board for tonight, maybe we should have, had that conversation at that time prior to doing that, because we did have the option whether or not we were to do the action tonight or were we to wait. So, Ms. Williams, you had a thought?
Yeah, I have a thought on Grove's point. I agree with, I'm sorry?
No one said anything.
Oh, okay. I agree with Grell. I just feel that the entire process was given to the administration to perform. From the time of us setting up the bonfire, from the time when the purchasing department went into the bonfire accounts, I was told that would be a secure process. Unbeknownst to me, someone behind the scene had the password, went into the bonfire account, tabulated the scores, and came out and stated, hey, this is 1, 2, and 3. My point is, if we are charged with being the governance aspect of the school district, we should not be relying so heavily on the administration to lead us. We should be the ones that is in charge with leading the process. And everything shouldn't fall on leadership. We are all individually elected. So therefore, we all have one vote, and we are all equally responsible for hiring a competent superintendent. So we can't go the whole leadership route. I agree with Grail. If this was our personal company, we would have called each and every one of these references and made certain that they were true and correct prior to making a hiring decision. We didn't do that. So I agree with Grail. It should have been more scrutiny involved in this process.
All right, thank you, Ms. Williams. Let's see, I don't know who was first. It was Mr. Rosenthal.
So I understand what you're saying. I also think that a lot of references that were provided by these firms, well, let me say it a different way. I don't think firms typically would provide references that are going to say bad things about their firm. However, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. I just pulled out HYA, for example. There were 5 pages of emails and phone numbers, and so I guess we all could have called them all or done something, but we didn't. And here we are with a decision to make. So, I mean, that's a lot of phone numbers. I would actually prefer that the district do that because that's kind of their job, and to summarize it for us. So that's the only comment I have on references. Other than that, I believe I've heard and read. I mean, because we had this booklet, we obviously ranked them. I think we did a good job ranking 3 solid firms, and I'm ready to rank them. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Mr. Rice?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I agree with Dave Rosenthal because the staff, our procurement department is skilled and certified in procuring all sorts of goods and services for the district. And all they have done is some of the mechanics up front to get us to the point where we actually reviewed all of these proposals. We scored the proposals. They put it in the system. The staff did not rank the proposals. The software ranked the proposals, and that's just how it shook out. So I don't think that we need to go back and check the references now. We've already delayed this. We extended the date for the trustees to review the proposals by a week, and we lost another week when we had the ice storm. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with this process. And if we're going to move forward in a logical and efficient way, then we should continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Dr. Gilliam, do you have any thoughts?
I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with what Mr. Rice said. I believe that when I was looking through the binder, I did look at the references. As a person who has hired many people, in looking through the references and reading, we do contact, however, I believe with this particular process and looking for a superintendent, in going through, if I'm going to check one reference, I'm going to check all of them. And I believe that what was presented and in the manner in which it was presented, all three companies are professional companies. They have a track record. They have explained and presented what they do. And all three companies do it well in their own way. So I'm okay with the process and where we are right now.
Ms. Hannah, do you have any thoughts around that?
I just want to say that I do agree with Mr. Rosenthal, Mr. Rice, and Dr. Gilliam. I think that as a volunteer member of this school district working as a trustee, that while I would love to really, really get in the weeds sometimes, the fact of the matter is I don't have a staff. And none of you, you know, we do, I didn't mean to offend you there, Mr. Rozier, but we have to trust the purchasing department to fulfill their role in looking at our RFP information. We vote all the time on having different consultation or firms that provide us, vendors that provide us information. We vote on it, we approve it, and we're not, I know it's a different animal, but we don't ask to approve, you know, to call those references. And I think this firm selection is very similar to some of the other firms that we hire or vendors for goods and services. So I read the very thick binder. I thought we had some wonderful RFPs come in that were very, very thorough. And like Dr. Gilliam said, they all had, these three firms had a track record that proves that people are hiring them because they're doing a good job. I don't think they would have all had such a long list of districts hiring them. So thank you, Ms. Helliger.
All right, thank you. So I'll just make a comment on that. We are, just to piggyback on some of my colleagues, we are responsible for doing the hiring. We are governing bodies. We rely on staff to do the mechanisms, some of the detailed mechanisms and mechanics so that we can make those decisions, so that we can govern. And so it is important for us to, when we say that it's our responsibility, we understand where that responsibility really lies. And we need the support staff to do that. Ms. Hannah, stated it correctly, that we are a volunteer staff, and our bandwidth is only limited to the hours that are outside of the work that all of us do to provide for our families. And so it's important for us to keep in mind that when we're talking about our responsibility. Our responsibility is to, first and foremost, is to govern. And I think we've done that tonight. We've had the opportunity to review those binders for a very long time and provide that feedback. Prior to putting this item on the agenda for action item, I did consult with our leadership, our executive team, which is our vice president and our secretary, to ask for, guidance to make sure that we were on the same page prior to putting it on the agenda tonight. Okay, if there's not any more questions or comments, we are now closed. Go ahead and rank your search firms, and we will now go into closed session. At this time, we will convene in closed session under the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections: 55107(1), for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law, after which we will reconvene in open session to deliberate sections of the superintendent search firm. Thank you. and we are now reconvening in open session. I see Ms. James is back. And Ms. Williams, are you back?
Excuse me, Ms. Helliger, I texted her and she said she can't get back in.
Okay. Mr. Roser, can you assist Ms. Williams? We see her on the screen. She's in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's her because there's a place or something for everybody. Well, except me, but for everyone else. I must be not used on the, and the whole rest of the meeting, there were two of her, one that was actually her, and then this
Maybe
one that,
maybe one is audio for her or something like that.
yeah, I don't know. I think that there's several, all of you have one named after you on my screen. Have a square, if you will.
Yes. I'm sorry? Okay. Mrs. James, can you ask Ms. Williams to click on the link that was provided to her a few days? She's going to have to re-click on the link to get back into the meeting.
Yes, ma'am, I will. I'll help her.
I just tried calling Ms. Williams. She did not answer my call. Yeah, where else got it?
Mr. Rozier, would it be possible to resend the link to Ms. Williams? She's trying to click on the link and she may have more than one, I'm not sure. But she's not able to, it's not working. So would that be possible?
Then I want to make sure that we have the integrity of the Zoom. If we see Ms. Williams's name, I want to make sure who that is then, if she's not in. Oh, okay, all right, thank you, okay. She looks like she's in the waiting room, Mr. Roser. I just want to verify, Ms. Williams, are you connected to audio? Ms. James, can you see if Ms. Williams may be able to connect via audio via her phone versus the internet?
Yes, ma'am, I'll check with her.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Williams, can you verify that you can hear audio?
Yes, I can hear. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Morris, can you provide us with the tally?
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam President. So the tallies have remarkably ended up in a three-way tie amongst the three firms that's presented. And so the board will need to engage in some deliberation to find a means to break the tie and select a firm.
All right. So looking at the tally of the seven board trustees, each one of them, each one of the numbers comes up to 14 points. We have one firm that is identified for that has three number ones in that firm. So I think at this point, I just wanted to need to ask you all, how do you all want to eliminate the tie? How would you all want to handle that? Do you all want to vote again? Do you all want to take take the one that has the three number ones? How would you all like to proceed?
And just to clarify, the firm that had the three number one scores, it had the most number ones. The other two firms only had two number ones.
Scores. Right. So this first firm has three number ones, one number two, and three number threes. The second firm has two number ones, three number twos, and three threes. The third firm has two number ones, three number twos, and two threes. Mr. Rosenthal?
I kind of like the idea of the tiebreaker being the number of number ones, okay, whichever that was.
Mr. Rice?
Well, I was going to say the same thing. The one that got the most number ones.
I agree also.
Ms. Hannah?
I agree, that's fine.
Ms. James?
Yep, I think that's fine. I'm glad we had three good firms presenting and they all came out even. I think it's fine.
Ms. Williams?
I disagree.
Okay, what are your thoughts, Ms. Williams?
My thoughts are we don't know which firm got the three number ones. So it would be nice if we had more information to work with. I know you guys are there, so you basically know. I'm on the outside. I'm at home.
No one knows, but that's a good question. If you would like for me to share that, I was trying to be, make sure it was above board by not saying which was, so it wouldn't. Okay.
I think that was a very good idea that when we were in closed session, Addie did not release that information to us. And what Ms. James and Ms. Williams, what you all are hearing is what we heard. We do not know what those numbers were, where they fell, or what have you. So we're hearing this information. We heard the information in there, but we didn't know the numbers.
Yeah, and one of the things, it was a tally for reasons, and each one of us voted separately, and that's where I didn't give the names because I didn't want to skew anyone's thoughts on why a particular firm, should or should not get that. If that's the thought, then we need to vote again.
Addie, with all due respect to what Dr. Rose just stated, what I'm trying to say is this: if we knew who got number one. Let's say if I knew how you voted, Addie, and I may keep coming to you and say, Addie, did you consider this aspect of JG Consulting, or did you consider this? And then maybe we can reach a consensus if we can let each other know why we selected XYZ for number one, XYZ for number two. Then maybe we can reach a consensus that way and reach a conclusion.
So the question was posed, Ms. Williams, was how would the trustees like to handle this situation? What you're providing is your recommendation on how we should handle this situation. The trustees have an opportunity then to respond to that and determine whether or not they would like to do that or not. So, okay, so, I'm sorry.
Well,
Mr. Rice, I'm sorry.
Madam President, 6 trustees have already said they would accept the one with the most number ones, and we don't know who that is, and it's been scored this way on purpose to keep us to be purely transparent. So I would say that we go with that.
I agree.
Okay. Do we need to vote? Or, I mean, we already did, right? I guess that's what we just, effectively we did, right?
Yes, it might be appropriate for somebody to make a motion.
Okay. All right, can someone make a motion that we would handle?
Madam President, I move to accept the search firm with the highest number of number one scores, and that we authorize you to negotiate the contract and execute the contract and engage the search firm so we can get started.
All right.
Second.
All right. Any questions? It's been probably moved in second. Any questions from any of the trustees? All right, at this time, I will take a vote. All in favor, say aye, or raise your hand by show of hand.
Aye.
Okay. And it passes unanimously. All right, so do I?
You may want to announce for the public.
Okay, so the firm, I want to make sure I have the right name, and I want to say it all. I don't want to say it based on, okay. The firm that was chosen is the Hazard Young Attea Associates firm. We'll conduct our search for our next superintendent. They had the 3 number ones chosen by the board members. All right. Okay, let me see.
Motion to adjourn?
Let me make sure. Yes. So, motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. Thank you. We are now adjourned. Thank you all for your time this evening in doing the very important work of picking and choosing our search firm who's going to choose our next lead, who's going to help us make the decision on choosing our next leader of this wonderful district that we serve.
Thank you, Madam President. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Madam President.